And we're live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss Company, and you are watching Seamoss Talk Live. And just give me a second while I just get a couple things going with the chat and put some links out there for you guys to join in. Now, sometimes these links might not be clickable. But I think you should be able to like copy and paste them, if anything. But I'll try to, if you can't do that, give me a shout in the chat window in the comments, and I'll try to find exactly where to go. Give me 1 second, because I just realized that I forgot to add in the clubhouse. So I'll be right back. Yeah. For those that aren't fully comfortable going live on the video, I am doing a clubhouse at the same time, and it's it's good for those who don't want to be on video, and they can still talk and be heard and get their questions answered and listen in. Usually get a lot of people coming in on the clubhouse, which is great. And not connected to that. Oh, you know what? Let me get on the Wi-Fi here. So how's everybody's week doing? I hope everybody has been having a good month so far. It's getting so close to Christmas, and I for one, am not ready for Christmas. I never am. But, it is what it is. Oh, someone set an alarm. Hey, what's up? Some of you guys will have to use the links or say in the comments who you are, because depending, if you don't use, and I'm going to put the link in here. If you don't use this link, no, wait, sorry, not that one. Where is it? If you don't use this one, then I'm not able to see your name for some reason. I don't know. That's just how the service that I'm using works. I'm just getting the stuff going. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Tonight, there's no real big set topic, although I did say that I was going to touch on stuff like scaling a business, also stuff like drop shipping. I definitely want to try and see if we can talk about white labeling some more. Hopefully, Ricky Ray will be available. He can kind of jump in on the conversation, and because I think he's like what would be considered an expert in that area, as that's something that that's one of the services of his business. So yeah, so let me get the clubhouse going. Who's here? Ricky? Like, you should join. Let me put the link in the actual chat. I'm gonna open it up here. Just get you guys to sign in as a guest. Oh, you're the one who said you set an alarm. Here's the link. Oh, that works. Let's hope that works. And we get on this clubhouse. Hang on. one second. It's now asking me for text. Oh, here it is. 7, 2, 1. Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, man?
Good, good, good. Just getting things a little started. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um,
I'm actually chopping up dehydrated sea moss right now.
wicked,
So
wicked.
in the middle of working while we're speaking.
Oh, isn't it always like that? You gotta like fit it in when you can get it. Like, there's only so many hours in the day.
Exactly.
I think that's cool. So, are you preparing this stuff for freeze drying, or what are you doing with that?
No, so I'll do dehydrated and put that in some of capsules, but I actually have freeze dry going on at the warehouse. So when I'm at the house, I use.
Breaking up a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. So you're at where? You're at your house, and
Actually at the house. So usually when I'm at the house, I'll usually do dehydrated. I have the freeze dry at the warehouse. So when I'm
Mhm,
at the warehouse, I'm doing freeze dry. When I'm at the house, I'm doing dehydrated. Um,
mhm.
we actually use this in a lot of like facial products, a lot of the soaps and things of that nature. I actually do sell the powder to this because I don't mind dehydrated.
Mhm.
I just I just have freeze dried, so it's kind of different. It's a little different.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
How you doing tonight, man?
Good, good, good. I had a long day. I had church in the morning, and then did some real estate work. Then took a nap because I knew I was gonna probably be up late tonight, and so I was like, okay, like you, I had to set an alarm, you know. And so yeah, I got in there, and now we're here, man. And I'm glad you're here because I think there's a lot of like I want you to talk a little bit about like the white labeling and what services you can do, because I see that as people are starting these new businesses, like partnering up with someone that does white labeling or does can help them sort of get through the initial steps could be
Yeah,
beneficial. You know what I mean? For them, some people want to do it on their own, and I get that. But some people, it's easier when they have a guy who has some experience, kind of like, you know
see,
doing more
and
lift.
hey, actually, I prefer them to do it on their own.
Hmm.
However, you have to start somewhere, and while you're starting, you might as well already have a product that you have in it, and somebody that can actually walk you through the steps. That's actually what we try. Um, we try to make it as easy as possible in the transition, especially a lot of people. Like, there's a lot of things that you have to go through, and what you understand is that making capsules is not a quick situation. Like, especially if you want to make your own.
Hmm.
Making your own is like I do this. All right, so if I'm doing dehydrated, I'm actually doing what I'm doing right now as far as breaking the sea moss down. I'm doing
Hmm.
this for about an hour to 2 hours a day. Just this right
Yeah.
here. Like, and so just so and I have gloves on just so I don't cut myself.
Those look like really thick gloves too. That's not like some of those like thin
Yeah.
kind of plastic gloves.
When you dehydrate it, like, it's easy to cut yourself. Just
Yeah.
just stick in your hand real quick. And so yeah, it's a tedious process where you have to break it all the way down so you can fit it into the grinder. Um, and yeah, then you gotta take a little time to fit it into the grinder.
So
So
this is after it's been dehydrated, right?
this is after it's been dehydrated. So right now I'm actually taking it out of the and I'm putting it and I'm pretty much breaking it down. So when I feed it into my hammer mill grinder, it
Hmm.
doesn't um, it doesn't clog it up. Like,
Hmm.
actually have it in big pieces, it's gonna take you forever. So
Hmm.
like the more that you break it up, the easier it is for it to go into the feed, and it doesn't really take as much time as just having it in big clumps.
That's cool. And how long did you dehydrate it for?
I dehydrated this for 8 hours at six,
At what temperature?
60 degrees Celsius.
Okay. What does that work out to Fahrenheit?
I think it's around 135 to 145. I believe.
Yeah, so really low.
Yeah, I try to do it as low as possible.
Hmm.
Doing it as low as possible, you try to maintain as much of the nutrients as
Hmm.
possible.
Okay. So, hey, just for those that just joined in Clubhouse, because I know you can't see what we're doing here. We're actually discussing the process of dehydrating sea moss before turning it into powder. And so, Ricky Ray from Gold Sea Moss, right? Is it Ricky Ray's
Yep.
Gold Sea Moss?
Yep.
Yeah. So he's gone through the steps to wash clean, I'm assuming, and then now he's dehydrating it, and now he's breaking it into smaller bits to fit into the hammer mill. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
really.
So yeah, this is the middle step. So yeah, this is my process all night. So I'll be
Hmm.
doing like I have like bags of stuff that I have to grind out, and then once I actually grind out, then I actually put it in a powder form.
Hmm.
Put it in a,
Nice.
then we actually mix it with our other herbs. Um, so we have the bladderwrack and burdock root that I actually mixed the dehydrated with the bladderwrack and burdock root.
Hmm.
Um, reason being because you're actually getting bladderwrack as well. So some of those nutrients are transferring over, and it doesn't matter if you're getting the most out the sea moss because you're gonna get a lot of bladderwrack as well. So it doesn't. I would just be. I'll make the capsule, but it just be overkill.
Hmm. Hmm. So when you do the bladderwrack, excuse me, bladderwrack sea moss and say burdock, is it like 1-to-1 ratio, like one part, one part, one part, or?
No, I actually put I always put 750 milligrams of sea moss in every capsule. So
Yeah.
really, it's a multivitamin. So what it is that okay? So and when I say every capsule, I'm talking about for every serving. So a serving is like per day. So you're
Hmm.
gonna get 150 milligrams of sea moss every day from taking the capsule. Now for the bladderwracks, you're gonna get 60 milligrams of the bladderwrack. So which would be well actually 600 milligrams of the bladderwrack. I'm sorry.
Hmm.
So with the 600 milligrams of the bladderwrack, then we can do 450 milligrams of the burdock root. Because we don't need that much burdock root. We just need that to sustain ourselves.
Hmm. Yeah, so
So
you're making sure that they don't sort of like put too much of what would be the recommended dosage of that.
is like we don't want you to go overboard just trying to give you too much.
Yeah, and I think that that would be a concern to me. Like when you're producing these products or making these formulations, that you keep in mind of what what I mean. Like you just don't throw a bunch of shit in together and say, "Oh, this is," you know what I mean. You have to be mindful
Yeah,
of
some
ratio and
doses
quantities.
per day that you should be at, and sometimes people are already taking these as other supplements, so you have to be mindful of that. So you really kind of if it's you can take 800 milligrams a day,
Hmm.
they because they might already be taking another supplement that hasn't in it already. So uh, just being mindful of those situations and just trying to get as close to a multivitamin as possible. Just
Hmm.
adding a couple additives as well.
Hmm. Yeah. So hey, Moss King, how you been doing, bro? How was your day?
Yeah,
Long?
yeah, man.
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up, Rick? Man, I've been in here trying to get packed all this Seamoss and shit up, man.
Hmm.
I don't even know how y'all. I look. I was like, I had my son, my oldest son, helping me today, right?
Hmm.
Yeah,
And I was like, just imagine, like, if this was like 600-700 pounds, 1,000 pounds, like. And I'm like, I was telling him, like, I'd be online with these guys that's like knee deep, you
Hmm.
know, in the game, and what I'm saying, they get thousands of pounds, and I'm like, I just have no idea. Like it took us 5 hours
Hmm.
nonstop, and I'm
Yeah.
like, and Rick, those bags, the 32-ounce ones actually worked. It
Yeah.
just didn't work for some of that Seamoss that
That
was
fluffy. It is that fluffy. When
that
you
was
get
Right.
more
fluffy
super
hard.
dry. Yeah, but I was able to get mines in, because of what you sent. You know what I'm saying? And the rest of it, is gonna go back. But anyway, I was just like, damn, like what do they do with all that damn like how that got to be time consuming. I said I was gonna ask y'all as soon as I seen y'all tonight. Like I seen Rick, like he had some youngins and some other people working for him before, but I never asked Julien, like, what in the world, like, do you actually package all of that yourself?
Most of it, yeah. Anything that's coming out of Toronto, I'm doing it personally. The stuff that comes out of Atlanta, my friend does it. But my friend is like one of those meticulous guys. He's like he will not like. There's sometimes where I'm talking, I'm like, he shows me the picture, I'm like, bro, the Seamoss is fine, just send it out. He's like, no, it's
But how? Like, well, maybe it's. I guess it's easier. Like if you got like bulk orders for 50, 100, two, whatever, but like when you like breaking it down, because I stopped right
Mhm.
at probably like almost 200 pounds, and I was like, I'm gonna sit this right here and probably make some smaller ones only because I'm watching y'all last week with them little ass 2-ounce packages.
Mhm.
So I'm like,
Hey,
maybe I need to do some of that.
Yeah.
I love those 2-ounce packages, but yeah, them things is whew, them things take a minute. Like I had to get my kids on those too.
Yeah.
Y'all OGs for real, because
Yeah, I had kids on those too. It's all just here, and then okay. So this is the thing: is that if you don't get a process, then it takes forever. So you got to have your labels right there. You got to have somebody to stamping your labels real quick, and then you got to have somebody that's going to be weighing it up. And then as soon as they weigh it up, you got to stuff them in the back, boom. And
yeah,
then
and no, I'm used to doing it by myself, like, and I normally just don't package everything up early. I think I was having the conversation with Julien, and I'm like, oh, I'll just wait till the sales come in, and then I might come home from work after working all day, and I'm tired of shit. And I'm saying it could be something as simple as a pound or two, and I'm like, I don't feel like putting this scale out and weighing
yeah,
this shit, and then gotta put it in a box or whatever to ship it out. So I was determined, again, that's one of the benefits of this group when just seeing the structure of how people that are doing way more, than what you're doing in terms of volume, but just the dedication of being consistent and actually like Julien sitting in the damn warehouse to the crack of dawn and see the thing is like he'll stay like 5 hours on here, but he's still working while he doing it. I've
Mhm.
seen, Rick post videos, you know what I'm saying? It's late at night and he like the only person in the warehouse, like walking around like, oh, I boxed up, packaged up this many boxes today, but I still got this many boxes to do. So I said I was going to take on that mindset with what I have, you know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
even though it took, and it was just a mess everywhere in here, you know what I'm saying? And the both of you got way much more working space and warehouse space and all of that, but like I tore the house to pieces. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to get my stuff together. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I said, man, I gotta take my hats off to them dudes because, oh my god,
man. And then what you'll do is you'll keep on having to tweak the process. Like
Mhm.
that's what I keep on having to do. Like I keep on having like, especially the cleanup and things of that nature. Man, I'm
yeah,
terrible. Man, that's the one thing that I can make a mess. You know what I'm saying? But the cleanup process, like, but you have to clean it up to start back over again. That's the biggest thing. Is like you tear it down, like you rush through it, and then once you get done rushing through it, you got to clean it back up, and then it's like, okay, let me get a couple hours of. Actually, I don't even rest. Now let me get a couple hours of going to sleep next to my laptop.
Yeah.
You know, because I really just work on my laptop till I fall asleep, and then I wake up, and then I finish what I was supposed to do, and then
Yeah.
back over again. Like to be honest with you, I love it.
Well, that's
Like,
obvious. You and Julien both, because
yeah,
Julien doing real estate deals and all kind of
yeah.
other shit, but he's still dealing with all this CMOS and everything, and then and white labeling for people, which is something that I wanted to talk to both of you about,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't like. Well, let's talk about that now, if y'all don't mind. Like,
For sure.
what
Drop it.
what exactly is white labeling? Is it you all doing the packaging of someone's product, or is part of white labeling, like, is it a separate process to like do labels for a person?
Well, it really kind of goes how deep you want it to go. Seriously, like I base it off my customer. Like my customer has their own situation going. Like I have some customers that pretty much are already selling capsules, but they were selling capsules from a different corporation.
Hmm.
So only they needed for me to send them just send me the capsules. That's all I need. I already got my labels and everything. Just send me the capsules. The only thing I'm doing, I'm just switching out.
Hmm.
So that's one customer. Now the thing is that what I'm realizing now is that most of my customers aren't like that. Most of my customers really don't know what white labeling is. White labeling is I make your product for you. I put it in the bottle. Now, if you already have a logo and everything of that nature, logo, barcodes, and that such, you can actually send me all this. All I can actually make a label for you, or if you already have a label set up, only thing I do is just send you the bottle. If you don't, you just send me all the information, or I send you to my person that actually makes labels for you.
Hmm.
Like he'll set you. When I say he'll set you up, he'll set you up. Like like he'll give you a template, and then you go off the template, or if you say, okay, I like this, but I want this and this and this on here. Pretty much, really, only thing that you're gonna need that's gonna be need really be custom is your logo, your barcode, and where you want, like as far as your Instagram and your Facebook and all these things that you want on the label as well.
Hmm.
That's all you need. And he'll set all that up. Once he sets all that up, then you have the option of. I always use onlinelabels.com because they're quick and they get you your labels quick as possible. But now you have your template to get your own labels. So I just send you the bottles after that. Then you can put your own labels on. Now that's for capsules. Now if you're actually doing CMOS, I actually want your labels because I rather put the labels on before I actually package your CMOS. Because if I put it on after, then it looks really terrible. And if you're trying to get into a store, you're not gonna want that. You're
Hmm.
gonna want to look as professional as possible. So I always say, bring me your labels. I'll actually have labels in house. What we'll do is, if you say that you want 100 of the 2 ounces, we'll go ahead and set up 100 of the 2 ounces. As you start going, as far as you can actually do drop shipping with us as well. We'll kind of go into that. But if you wanted to just go ahead and send you 100 of the 2 ounces, we go ahead and send you 100 of the 2 ounces with your label on. And we really we work out the price as far as the labels and things of that nature. If you actually drop ship, I'm actually working on that a lot more as far as definitely with people that have Shopify accounts, because what it is that you can third party me into your kind of like your, I don't know if it's like getting into your back office, but what it is that it automatically sends me the labels and things of that nature. When you print them out, it sends them to me. And
Hmm.
so once I actually get them, then I actually send out your product. I'm actually looking at that a lot more now because it's easier, and I have a warehouse that can actually fulfill all those orders, and it won't be hard. Uh, it really now is just working out the logistics as far as how much to charge people for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was interested more in the labels for the bags.
Yeah. Now, if you're just looking for labels for the bags, all right. So I'll have to post the like if people need barcodes, like that's one thing that I'm seeing that a lot of people don't have. And if you're actually trying to go forth in the business and you actually want to sell uh, raw sea moss and things of that nature, then you're one thing you're going to need is barcodes. Um, and I think I talked to Julien about this the other day is that me getting into Amazon, that's one thing I was like, yep, barcodes. You need barcodes. Anytime you're trying to get into a store, you're gonna need barcodes because they're just trying to track to see exactly how much you're selling. Um,
And sorry to cut you off. Knowing from experience, dealing with someone that you can trust with barcodes is important because I did try to get on Amazon. I've kind of given up on that. And one of the failed mistakes I made was that I bought barcodes from this person, and it made it incredibly difficult for me to get the product online because the barcode was attached to like some pesticide company.
yeah,
And
it's
so
their business that's attached to.
yeah, and so you buy them from these places where they give you 1,000 for like $20 or whatever, and it's just a waste of time. You want to make sure that you're dealing with codes that are going to work, and so it's probably better to spend a few dollars more and save the headache than it is to um, fall the mistake that I did. So I'm just kind of saying that as a warning. But continue, Ricky. Sorry about that.
Definitely agree with that. Actually, I kind of did the exact same thing. Like I was buying barcode, didn't know what I was really doing to start off. But then once you go to like, I actually went to a certain company, and that's really what they do. Like some things you just said, you guys say, you know what, I have to spend that extra money for to really get it done. Barcodes is one of them.
So there's a question here. Do you use GS1 barcodes?
Yes,
Yes. Cool. See, I'm not that familiar with the
yes.
barcodes
That's
because
actually like if somebody, because I'm actually doing something. If you want to actually drop that link in there for people, that would be perfect. Uh,
what link is
actually
that?
do. But yes, that's the exact company that I actually use. That's the exact website that I go to,
For
and you can actually get them printed out as well. So when you're sending them over to my guy, only thing you do is just kind of send over the barcode from that link, and he goes from there with it. It's an excellent process. But yes, for the
You're
person that
talking
says
about the
perfect.
gs1.org?
Yep.
Okay, let me put that in there.
But the barcodes are specifically for tracking. Like if you trying to go into a store, right?
Yes.
But outside of that, it's not like absolutely necessary if that's not
It,
where you're at yet, right?
I won't say it's not. I won't say it's not necessary. But if you're trying to expand your business, that's exactly what you actually want to get that out the way quick because you don't want to waiting. Even especially if you're actually going on Shopify and Etsy and things of that nature. Like
Okay,
people are barcodes.
okay, okay.
Like they're checking your barcodes. Like that's one thing I do when I actually look at a company. I check their barcodes.
Hmm.
Okay.
See if they're legitimate or not. Yeah.
Yeah. And just like you say, see what company they come back to.
Yep.
Because you can actually find out the company by barcodes. And a
Hmm.
lot of people don't really recognize that. I always check barcodes.
So what's the average price? Like say for instance, like the labels for the 32-ounce bags, right?
Yes.
And then what's like the pricing or or I guess like the roundabout it could be from I don't know, let's say 250 or 500 labels like that.
So
If you just wanted the labels.
so if you're just getting one label, you're probably gonna end up spending no more than about 70 cents per label. If you're getting the good waterproof labels that you really want. For 32 ounce, I go for a 5x7.
Mm,
And I think I'm just kind of going off the top of my head from what I can remember. But yeah, I think I go by for a 5x7 on the label on that one.
mm,
Too big, just kind of covers it up. You know, I actually had a situation where I was doing the front and back However, I realized that I can just do a front end and it's less expensive. Like, like, and it works out a lot better. Like, so I've actually went to a funnel instead of doing the front and back, which I actually kind of like a lot better as well.
Okay.
And that's a good point to point out, or a good thing to notice, is because when you're going to scale, like reducing costs at every sort of pain point or every sort of cog is going to be what helps your business grow. Like he just eliminated half his printing costs. You know what I mean?
Exactly, and that was big because okay, so all right, so you want to get 250. If you're actually getting front and back, you're gonna end up paying about $1.25 to $1.35 for
Mm,
front and back. Now, if you're only getting one side, you're probably paying about 65. If you're getting 250, one thing that you always got to remember, and I'm actually just going off of online label prices. I can't go off of anybody else's because that's who I use.
Right.
So, onlabels.com, like so, say I have to get a 2 ounce gold, purple, green, multi. Get them all together because the more that you actually put on your cart, the prices go down drastically. So if I put like 6 templates on there, like so if I do 5x7s, if I do 4 5x7s, the last 100 that I do are gonna be like $35. The first 100 are going to be by 125, but the last 100 are going to be like $35. That's how low the prices go. So much more that you print, and even size wise, you're going to get a cheaper price.
Okay. But as far as getting the actual template, you have a guy that does that, is what you're saying, and then you can use those templates to upload onto the label site that you're talking about and have them shipped out, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Because my logo and stuff, like I have the files for it.
Yes.
Um, but you know, like you said, he can tweak it or add anything to it before he sends you the actual template, and then you can approve it or whatever, right? Is that part of it expensive?
Y'all going to go back and forth for a minute. Like, it's going to be a situation where, like, and he doesn't mind you being perfectionist because he got to deal with me all the time. So, like, you got to understand something. I'm a different type of, like, he sent me probably about 20 files today of me changing stuff, tweaking this. Let me change this because I actually came out with new labels that I haven't even launched yet, but because I keep on tweaking them.
Mm.
Like I've gone through like 5 labels with them. I've only came out with one. so so the other ones are just templates that we just keep on using. I'm like, okay, I like this as a template. We'll keep this one, but let's go ahead and do this. So when you actually come and you say, yeah, I want to do capsules, he's gonna give you like 4 or 5 templates. He's gonna be like, okay, you want this one, you want this one, you want this one, and you can be like, okay, well, I like this one, but can we change this on this, and can we put this over here? And
Mm.
so it's kind of an easy scenario for you. Truthfully, if it wasn't like that's a key element to the situation
Mm.
is the labeling exactly how you want it to be perfect for exactly for your brand. Like that's the biggest thing that I like is that he'll make it exactly how you want it, and he'll go back and forth with you, and it's a, and I won't say it's a long process. It takes about a day or so. Like
and he, sorry to cut you off, and he'd help you like with the relative info, because Matthew had a question here about whether or not, like, do you like will he be able to advise you on whether or not you reduce the font, or like, what I mean, should you cut, like, is this too, sometimes people put too much information on it and it's sort of overkill, you know what I mean?
well, the thing is that like so most of my caps, like the bottles, a lot of people won't change what's on it as far as the information that's on it. They'll just change the barcode. They'll change like as far as the distributed by or or that they'll change that, but
Mm,
they won't change too much else besides the logo. And
yeah.
then Once you change that, then you be like, okay, it's this type of capsule. Then you'll say, okay, I want it on the left side of my logo. He'll just put it on the left side of your logo. You say, I want it on the right side. Can you change this to this? I don't know. I guess it's real simple for me because I just tell him exactly what I want and just kind of
Makes it fit. Yeah. And
he
that's the
kind
thing.
of knows the okay. So the thing that I found out is that a lot of people, especially when you're dealing with like even if you're dealing with Fiverr or dealing with people that are doing arts and like all that stuff, they don't know Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's hard for them to come up with templates. So when you find somebody that kind of is familiar,
Mm-hmm.
It worked out better.
they already have templates for you. They already have the background, like the little small things as far as the Seamoss in the background, like shadow, like
Yeah,
things of
and
that
the icons and stuff.
for you. He has for you because
Mm-hmm.
now he has an audience that this is really what he does now. He
Right.
does local Seamoss people.
Yeah, I need to get with dude
Yeah,
because
it's
Yeah, I'm gonna put his link in too because he's like,
mm-hmm.
and he's always available. Only thing you gotta do is say, "I need a Seamoss," and he knows exactly what you're coming for.
yeah, I'm trying to get away from like okay, I got a logo, but still at the same time, it's like I'm putting I feel like I'm still in that sticker phase. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to having like an actual whole label. You know what I mean? And so I want to clean up the look of my packaging because some people feel like it's not even worth it. You know, it's like business cards. You know, you get somebody a business card, they gonna stuff it in their back pocket, maybe throw it somewhere in the car. You know what I'm saying? But um, it's still no getting away from the fact that, like you say, you do need that clean professional look because a lot of people pay attention to that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm ready to invest a couple of dollars in that part of it, you know, so that I can have it out of the way. The only thing I was thinking too, like Rick, I know like you'll have like the purple hue, the green hue, the golden hue, you know, back in the background as far as the packaging. When I first seen it, I'm like, I ain't doing all that. You know what I'm saying? I had the wording on there as far as the specific color of the CMOS, but do I gotta do that? So like, what y'all think?
No, don't like you'll find like I tell people like they'll find their own niche. Like you know what I'm saying as far as how they want to do it. Like I just give you examples. You know how if somebody wants to give you examples like, hey, you can do it like this, like, and then
Mm-hmm.
you say, oh, nah, I like it like this, and then like, okay, that's right, all right, I like that.
Right,
Um, I don't say I tell people, you know, mine is just like a template. Like you be like, nah, I don't want that hue. I want to take that off. Like
right.
that's what I want. Look, that's the biggest thing is that it's just giving people ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I like to set ideas out there. Like, okay, let's go ahead and do it this way. You like this way? You don't like this way? Let's scrap it. It's it's more like being an artist.
Right,
You know what I'm saying? Like I tend to this like, okay, let's like artwork. It's a brand. Like I only get this one time.
right, right,
So if I look at it like, okay, I got one time to make this brand pop. I need to throw everything into it. All right, so what am I gonna do next with this brand? How am I gonna make it pop just a little bit more? And what I find myself doing all the time is tweaking. Like
Mm-hmm.
finding this works right here, this doesn't work. Like like there's certain things that you have to go back on. Okay, I gotta go back on that. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Let's go back. Like I had some labels that I had to go all the way back on. That was like 3 labels ago. And the problem was is that I didn't go to him.
mm,
And so it just messed up the whole entire dynamics of it. Like I went away from my label guy and I went and actually went cheap. Went super cheap. Tried to give some people some, you know, say some extra money and it just did not work. Like no, I lost all the mojo. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it went from people like, oh, I like your labels to okay. You know, all right. Yeah, I had to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
That's what you got to do. You got to just test the market. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
see what works and stuff like that. There was a couple questions earlier that someone didn't. Someone asked us the price per pound, but that's such a tricky question. You know what I mean? It's like, what is the price that we
What
sell
what should
retail or wholesale? You know?
what should the price per pound be, or
Yeah, that's an even good question. 'Cause I've seen it all over the map. I've seen
yeah,
it as high as $100. But at the end of the day, I feel like it's hard because what happens when someone is, and I mean, at the same time, it's like, why are you doing it that way? But it's like, if the guy is getting it for $80, what does he do? You know what I mean? I would take issue if the guy's paying $10 and he's charging $100, right? But I don't know. But I feel that at the same time, if you're getting it at that price, you should be selling it in smaller quantities and maximizing the markup there instead of having to um, charge so much on the top end.
well, I look at so I actually have some customers that sell that that actually mark up their Seamoss. Like it may be $65 for a pound.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what they tell me. And I actually tend to agree with them now. It's like it's not just about the Seamoss, it's about all the information that I'm getting as well. And so what it is, like their packaging is amazing. It's phenomenal. Like it's coming in a bag with all the decorative and kind
Hmm.
of card that tells you exactly how to do it. It may have one or two recipes on it. All these things. I'm
That's a service.
like exactly. It's a whole nother different type of scenario. You're
Yeah.
not CMOS. You're selling your service, and so you're selling like and that's when I started to understand. I'm like, okay, I get that. Like
Mhm.
that makes your price value just go up a little bit. You gotta understand. And then the thing was, this person told me that when they get a different card every time they order, so they're not getting the same thank you card that they got the first time.
Yeah. See, that's work.
Cards that have different recipes and things of that nature. Like they were tedious with this. So
Hmm.
like you're paying for that time.
Yeah.
Like
That's
you're
work.
paying ridiculous. I was like, oh, that is you got it to a T. Like
Yeah.
I was amazed. I would pay and I would pay for it
Yeah.
because stuff that comes with it, just the and then they had where you could scan the card and there's more recipes on there from different they had everything. And I'm just looking like, okay, I understand.
It's like a lifestyle almost with that. And I think
Exactly. And
it'd be nice to see
they
more
had their
companies
own
doing that.
they had their own people that they had their own niche of people inside the CMOS industry that they dealt with that
Hmm.
wanted all that information that wanted that needed that special box.
Yeah.
You know what? Like earlier today, when me and my son was in here, piecing together all this CMOS, right? I said, man, we should do a little short uh, info commercial, like a day in the life,
Hmm.
of a CMOS wholesaler or just a CMOS seller, period, and let
Hmm.
them see like what it actually take to like from this the process of like ordering, going to pick it up, the time, the gas, the just from the expense side to the time that it takes, to the packaging, to taking it to the post office or UPS or whatever to send it out to them. And then, at the end, it's like, and you really want to sit down and argue with me about how much a pound of sea moss costs. It costs much more than what you're actually willing to pay. Like I'm talking about outside of the price that we give them,
Yeah.
and they really, really, a lot of people really, really want you to just give it away. Like they
Yeah.
want you to give it away.
Okay,
It,
so let's go further on that too. So it's just not what we have to do, it's just what the suppliers have to do before it even gets to us.
Right.
I was just about to bring that up, bro.
Yeah.
if I could make a video showing like that life, oh my gosh! But continue. I just
no, but that's the only thing I wanted to say. Like, okay, so there's a whole nother process that we don't even see.
Right.
That that's meticulous, just like everything we have to do. There's a lot of things that they have to do as well, and so we start looking at that. Like, I'm like, okay, so why are we undervaluing this again?
Right.
Is it because it's us?
Yeah. Right.
and
Right.
Like,
I seen that. I seen that post when you put that up.
yeah, I'm really wondering why we're really undervaluing this.
yeah, dude, like don't get me going on it. Like I would start crying because the amount I've been there, I've worked with my friends in the farm. The amount of work that these guys do and how early they get up. Like these guys are up at like 5 in the morning, 6, like earlier than that, and they're there all day. Like when I talk to my friends at night, they're like this, like they can't even keep their eyes open because they're in that water, and the water is always psh, psh, and it's just like and they do all that work, and then one storm gone.
See, and I agree, and my whole thing is, and I'm not talking about just with St. Lucian. I'm talking about with farmers across the
World. Yeah, one side.
Is the one thing I definitely, they have to start valuing their Seamoss a little bit more.
Yeah, but how we get them there? Like I don't know.
I don't know. Like I don't know. Like I want. Okay, so and this is something that I actually, when I first started, and it kind of got me in trouble because it kind of like almost took me out the game because I'm having these conversations with farming. I'm like, okay, you should be charging us this amount. You charge me this amount, and you charge everybody else this amount, and then it's even across the field. Like I'm be honest. I told them to charge me $25 for purple because I know the seasons and things of that nature and how it works. But at the same time, the purple is phenomenal as far as what it does for you. And so I'm like, okay, so why is it that I can actually be almost all my ailments be pretty much kind of regulated for $1 a day, and other people are charging $20 to $50 a day. So why am I regulating myself down to that? Because really, when you start adding it up, like they're only spending almost $1 to $2 a day for you to pretty much do what $50 to $20 a day is not doing for them.
Right. But when you start devaluing the Seamoss, so much to the point where, like, you were saying, like, okay, how you gonna charge a person that's buying 3 or 4 pounds of Seamoss the same amount that you charging somebody that's buying 200 pounds? Like, how? Because now that's where the gauge is coming from. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not, like, these people not making their choices on like buying Seamoss based on like real knowledge and wisdom as far as the whole process. They're doing it based on what they're seeing in these groups. Okay. Desperation to have you, selling your underwear for, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you yeah.
All right, so this is how I feel about it. Is that on both sides, there's no really company structure. Like you can go to Nike headquarters and ask for one pair of Nikes and get them for a wholesale price.
Right.
However, you can come to Seamoss anywhere and get that, because there's no rule across the board. Hey, you can't do that. That's a no.
Right.
So everybody's independent.
Everybody's independent. So there's no union that says, hey, this is how we structure it. And this is not structured to hurt you. This is structured to help you. This is structured that you actually are able to maintain business. A lot of people think that when you start structuring things, is that is that you're going away from them being able to make money. No, we're actually trying to structure it so you don't do some rogue bullshit and mess up the whole entire economy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just being truthful about it. Like that's what really happens is that now people think that they can get £3 for $10, and now we have to come back from that.
Mm-hmm.
We have to say no, you can't, because y'all didn't put in the cost of the ship it over here. They didn't tell you that it's gonna cost you to ship it.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't tell you that it's gonna cost almost double the amount that you just paid for the Seamoss to ship it over.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then it costs you something additional to take it off the plane. You know what I'm saying?
And now y'all arguing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah.
y'all are both y'all don't want, but y'all shouldn't have had to deal with each other anyway. And that's the thing, that you already have people in the States probably a couple miles down the road from you that has £3 of sea moss to sell you.
Mm-hmm.
But you want it for the cheapest price possible. And you doing that is actually, somebody told me a long time ago, and time is money. The time that you spend with dealing with bullshit, I've learned that, and we've all learned that for the last week or so. The time
Mm-hmm.
that you spend dealing with bullshit will cost you more.
Yeah.
Stop dealing with the time and the bullshit that you're gonna deal with dealing with a lot of stuff that you shouldn't be. When you know somebody that actually has a website that you can go, pay for the CMOS, have it shipped, have a tracking number, have everything that you need, but you don't want to go through them because you actually want to be their competition.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really what I think is, like, you're looking at everybody as competition, but really most people are here to help everybody. And
They just need to charge money for the service that they're providing, for the
yeah,
time. Yeah. Shipping is expensive. And so is the hard work. Is look at the time you're putting in to make that powder. Someone was just saying making powder is a lot of work. It is.
yes. And actually, the funny thing is that when you're talking about doing a day in life, I'm actually doing a time lapse while we're doing this.
Yeah.
So I'm actually double working. I'm actually filming while we're actually doing this. Hold
Yeah.
up, let me
That's
show
what
you.
you gotta do. You know
So
what I mean? You gotta multitask in this business to get things done.
I don't even know if it can. So yeah, I'm over here filming while we're actually doing this.
Right, so yeah. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like it's multitasking, triple multitasking. Like
That's how it is. You gotta get shit done. That's the only way you get it done, you know?
Yeah. I said I need 24 to 48 hours after everything I did today before I even talk to another client. You know, unless it's somebody that that's already with me. You know what I'm saying? Because this the whole back and forth thing is this. Sometimes, man, it be wearing me thin.
you're the teacher, man. That's what you're the teacher. You
Yeah.
like you end up being. It's like almost, and I don't like to say it like this, but you almost like being their doctor.
Yeah.
Like you're prescribing them, like you're actually really helping them out, and you may have a little bit more information than what they have, but that little bit more information with what they have right now is going to help them out.
It's levels to it. You know,
Yeah.
I'm working towards getting to that level that y'all at with it. The
Well,
patience.
that's why you gotta love this business. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's long hours, it's dedication, and that's for any business you got it. And that's why they say you gotta love what you do. Because if you don't, like, if I didn't like doing this, you know what I mean? I wouldn't do it. But I think part of it, like real talk on the low, is it brings me back to my hustling days, like when my packing and stuff. Like, so I can pack for hours. Like,
Yeah.
it makes me think of those days
That,
because it's money.
now that's the real story. Like yeah,
Yeah, that's the truth.
this
Yeah.
this is nostalgia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does. It brings me
Yeah.
back memories, straight talk, you know what I mean? And so, and that's where, you know, you were saying about saving time and the scaling, you need to kind of like package up 100 or two of like, for
Mm-hmm.
me, I have the packages all labeled, then I make the packages. And when we're doing the live streams or whatever, or usually if I'm not doing the live streams or whatever, I'm doing something while I'm packing. watching some video marketing, something like that. I'll watch a lot of the news of St. Lucia. So I'll just sit there, and there'll be nights where I'll start at maybe 5 in the afternoon. I kind of finish my shipping, and I'll start from 5 in the afternoon and package to like 2 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not until my wife is like, she thinks I'm cheating on her, because it's like, what are you doing at the warehouse so late? Like, I need to put like a camera there so she can like see what I'm doing, make sure I don't leave or
Got
something.
FaceTime every now and then.
Yeah,
That's how I get away with it. I FaceTime all the time.
that's it. You have to FaceTime. Well, it gets my kids to call. You know what I mean? My kids are like, Dad, what are you doing? It's like, oh, just packing Seamoss. You know what I mean? But I love doing it. You know what I mean? I could do it along, for hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So someone was just saying everything is expensive. True that. And it's getting more expensive with this inflation and all this kind of supply chain bullshit. Some of it I think is like it's they're doing it on purpose because they see an opportunity to make money. You know what I mean? Like, here's a reason, this, that. Like, it's like sometimes when there's like a war or whatever, or, companies decrease capacity in gasoline, so it drives up prices because there's limited supply and shit like that.
Yeah. Also, they're just pulling in money out of nowhere. Like, come on, they got cryptocurrency money coming out of nowhere now. Like,
Oh,
so $5 is not $5 anymore.
mm-hmm.
Like,
That's true.
$5 is now $3.50.
Sure.
Man, it's different. Like, man, now we gotta deal with metaverse money. Like, come on, man. Oh,
All this crazy NFTs. My daughter's an artist. I've been bugging her to get into NFTs. I want to try and cash in on that.
yeah, I'm like that. Like, I just started realizing what it was. I was like, okay, so only thing you gotta do is to create some stuff. And I'm like, ain't this about some
Yeah, it's pretty crazy
art?
how it is.
Art done went digital.
Yeah. But it's good in some ways for artists because now they have an opportunity to really sort of easily market their. It's a disruptor. You know what I mean? Like, now
Yeah,
there's not going to be like galleries are all going to be virtual online and stuff like that. But I am curious to see how they're going to form this metaverse that they talk about and how people are really going to live and operate inside of it. It should be pretty interesting. Because I don't know about you guys, but I've tried. My kids got the virtual Sony thing.
Mm.
Or not Sony. What is play? Yeah, it is PlayStation. I don't play video games, but
yeah.
once in a while I'll dawn on this virtual thing, and it like I think one day I'm gonna get them to film me doing it because it is freaking comical. Because I'm like stepping out of the thing, you know what I mean? Like, you're supposed to stand still in this VR thing. I'm just like walking around, breaking all the rules, falling over things.
You know,
Have you?
I I can't do the virtual reality right now for some reason. And the funny thing is that one of my favorite movies is Avatar. So it's kind of it's like I understand the situation, but I don't want to understand it.
It's gonna be spooky, I think, especially once you get this neural link that Iman's talking about and stuff. But this is why I don't want to get too much on that stuff. I mean, this is CMOS talk, but it's just
All,
interesting to see
all
how.
trying to take your Seamoss.
Right?
It all comes back down to, man, you better take your Seamoss.
Well, who knows? They might even develop some kind of like CMOS fluid that these guys will sit in a machine and be like pumped with all the nutrients because it has all those like um, elements in it. You know what I mean? That the body needs. Like, what if they did that? That'd be pretty crazy. Can you imagine that living
Hey,
in a
the
CMOS?
worst part is they're gonna come back to this. They're gonna come back to this live and take all that shit that you just said.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to cut that out,
All that shit you just said, and they're gonna make that shit happen. And you're gonna
Yeah.
be like, oh,
They'll be like, "Oh, Julian's onto something."
man,
Funny.
they
So
listen to.
hey, break down the pirate ship thing, because I don't know if you and Rick had different opinions about it, but somebody had brought it up to me today,
Mhm.
Facebook and Messenger. Like, is it worth it?
Private
What?
ship? Yeah.
Pirate ship.
Go ahead.
The pirate ship, the shipping company.
Mm.
Do you know what he's talking about, Rick?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you answer because
Oh, I like it. I don't use it a lot, right? Because I don't know, the guy that helps me do the shipping, it's easier for him to just print the shipping labels from Shopify. I figure if I had to get him to get into this app and stuff like that, I might have to pay him more money. So just let it run it. But I use a similar service in Canada. I use eShipper, and I also use NetParcel. And
Mm.
they're great. You know what I mean? Main thing is they help automate it quickly. I can do batch labeling on it, and it does save me a few dollars on the shipping costs, which I can then go back and start offering lower prices with that. You know?
Okay.
Yeah. Why? What was? Or you speak on it, Rick? How's your feeling?
um, I tend to agree with everything. Like,
Yeah.
I always check new. I'm always trying to check new spots that have different shipping. But when it all comes down to it, a lot of them are really the same. You don't like. I'm just now getting the batch labeling, and so now I'm starting to look at the differences when you actually start batch labeling and things of that nature. Then
Mm-hmm.
you start seeing a little bit of the discount. I wasn't seeing that until like a couple. I think it was 2 weeks ago when we
Mhm.
started talking about. I believe 2 weeks ago, I started going back into it and started recognizing. Okay, so I can batch all this together
Yeah.
instead of them just charging me for this one, this one, this one, this one. You can just say, okay, I'm gonna batch all these together. I'm gonna give you a cheaper discount.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and once I realized that, and not to mention now I'm a stickler for calling.
Who?
Like I call UPS. I'll call all these people and I'll see if I can get a cheaper rate than
Yeah, because some of these services allow you to punch in your own accounts.
Mm.
exactly.
And if you can go to the shipping UPS directly and be like, "Hey, I'm spending $4,000 in shipping or $1,000 in who knows how many they're doing," but you know what I mean. It's the number. It's money. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And money has power.
they'll definitely negotiate with you.
Hmm.
Mm.
Phone long enough.
It doesn't hurt to ask. That's the way I see it. You
Yeah,
always should ask.
you're
Just
gonna get.
ask lightly.
You may get somebody different. If you call 10 times, you're gonna get that one person that's gonna say yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny you say that because we have this sort of phone service up here called Rogers. And we would call around, and like the second the person wasn't going to give us something that we want, we just say, "Yeah, you know what? Hold on a second." Click, call them right back up, then get another person on the phone, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we could do that for you, no problem." And it was just like because it just depended on who you got, the mood they were in, because they all could do it. It's just some want to and some don't. You know.
Priscilla asking questions about the Seamoss jail, like as far as the best and safest way to ship the jail.
You know what? I actually want somebody that really, really. I need somebody that actually ships gel and probably has like a 95%. You know what I'm saying? Rate of it coming it
Success.
going there good. Like I
Mm.
need to talk to somebody and just kind of
Tata.
understand the process.
Tata. That's who you talk to. Tata.
Oh yeah, I talk to Tate about everything.
Yeah, no, I'm saying Tata is like got a 99, like almost a 100%. I think she's in all her years of doing it, she's had one like or two done. She was on the live the other day talking about it. She's got a rigid system. There is no like like she knows exactly when to ship, how to bring it there, the packaging, all the stuff. Yeah,
So
she
that
was
being,
pretty great.
I think that was my biggest thing on why I would never recommend shipping. However, if you got a success rate like that, I recommend it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the exception. Like I always wanted to talk to somebody like, okay, so it really is really about expanding business. To be honest with you, I'm like, okay, so who does that? Okay, Tata. I'm gonna have to call Tata after this. I'm gonna talk to her because I want to actually sell gel. And so since I don't have time to do gel, why wouldn't I just go to Tata and get her to do all my gel for me?
Yep, and do the drop shipping. You know what I
Exactly,
mean?
and make it simple stuff like.
And you could even work out a barter system thing where you ship some, you know, yeah.
Now, now
Sorry, like reveal all your secrets.
but see, now you're understanding where I'm going with this, dude.
That's what
So
I would be
I
doing.
want to have a conversation so I can actually have a conversation with somebody, and then we start doing some real business.
Yeah.
Because, like,
People
yeah,
want them jails, but like shipping them is it's a hassle.
it's a
And
hassle,
and if
and
you
I'm not with it.
if you right, me neither. And if you perfected it or you have like a high rate of success with it, then it's something to talk about. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah. Okay.
definitely something to talk about.
So this what happens. Like, okay. So this was next. What happens that I actually call her and ask her how much will she give them to me for if I actually start promoting them on my website. So
Mm-hmm.
she can either give me a link and it can go directly to her, and with that link, I just get a discount. You know what I'm saying? And she just sends me a nice little commission check or something like that. I don't mind it. You know, like it's okay. Or I just pay for 100 of them at a discounted price and sell them like that, and just say, okay, 100 on tap. When the orders come out, you just fulfill them for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I think it's important for us to start work. Like one of the problems I see in this industry is going to stop us from growing is just that everybody wants to build their own house. Do you know what I mean? Everybody wants to kind of act independent, and we need to start working more with each other so that we kind of like are further building off of each other. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? Like there should be a guy, and I think we discussed about this before. Like there should be a guy that is like he's the man you go to for gel. There should be a guy that he's the man you go to for powder. You know what I mean? This is the raw guy. You know, this is the importer. You know what I mean? And everybody respects everybody's role.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's a team.
All right, so now let's go to who actually, you know, hey, who makes fruit roll-ups? Anybody make
Yeah. No, I've never even seen people making roll-ups. Yeah.
can make fruit roll-ups in abundance, and then come back to us in like a week or so, and then so this is you see where I'm at right now with it. Like, okay, so I need some fruit roll-ups. I need somebody to make this, and once I act, yeah, and then
Cookies,
take a little
popsicles.
bit,
Huh?
and we just take a little bit from everybody. Like, okay, I'm gonna work with you on this. I'm gonna work with you on this.
Mm-hmm. There's so many products, and that's the thing. Everybody's kind of fighting over the same. You know what? Just kind of, and I'm not going to throw shade on St. Lucia, but one of the things that the biggest complaints that they would have in St. Lucia is that when one person starts doing well, doing something, everybody wants to copy what they do. And so you get a farmer that's producing a particular cucumber, everybody starts producing that cucumber. You know what I mean? And it's like we all need to work together to produce our own products. You know, this is how, you know, when the pioneer times was, it was like everybody didn't make the same stuff. I made some shit, you made some shit, and we traded. Do you know what I mean? We worked together to share that shot. To, you know what I mean? To help build ourselves up so I could buy something. It's commerce. You know what I mean? And maybe this is one of the things that's slowing this industry in our sort of black community, our urban community, is the fact that we're almost like we're pitted against each other. Everybody wants to be a wholesaler. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Everybody wants to be the gel king.
it's a situation where everybody wants to be the man or the woman
Hmm.
or top notch, and there's nobody wants to be the sixth man. Nobody wants to come off the bench. Nobody wants to play a role.
Hmm.
Like everybody wants to
Yeah,
be.
but who
I,
landed? No. But who landed the table for that though? See, that's the thing. Anytime you out here and you getting money in a field where you know, yeah, you never going to be the only one, right? So you know you got other people that's looking to you, up to you, or peeping over your fence and seeing what you got going on. So you know if you one of the top dogs, then you know it's kind of your responsibility if you got that mind. I'm not even gonna say your responsibility, but it would behoove you, you know, to say, hey, who, like, what area you in, right? Look, this is what I can do. I can supply you with this. You know what I'm saying? And then you, as a top dog, you getting calls from my area. You know what I'm saying? So you supplying me, or I'm spending my bread with you, and you sending everything that's coming through my area to me. You know what I'm saying? And it's a price that you giving it to me for, and it's a price that I'm giving it to them for. And you know what I'm saying? And it's simple. I mean, if you ever been in the street, it's simple. And you know what I'm saying? It's simple.
Yeah.
It's simple. But and this is my perspective on it. Is this people don't want to really come together and do that. Like when the game when it get sour for any reason, you know what I'm saying, and dudes' money get tight, then their flexibility just die down. You know what I'm saying? It just die down. You know, because now they scraping to keep what they got going on together. You know what I'm saying? Whereas if they might have been operating in a little bit of abundance at one point in time, but then soon as some of them nickels go missing, you know what I'm saying? They ain't got time. They don't have that same mindset because that's all they would take.
Yeah. I think that's a situation where a lot of people plans ain't going the way that they expected.
Mm-hmm.
So plan ain't going, then yeah, a lot of people start to. Okay, so I'll just say it like this. What I see is that, like when somebody says I'm in the DC area who has Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I'm in Atlanta, I'm not gonna suggest myself.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm gonna let that one go. I'm not in the area.
Mm-hmm.
But when you go in comment, and I'm not even saying this to anybody just to pinpoint or anything like that. I'm just saying if you go in the comments and you're in some other area, then that means that you're not gonna operate in that fashion. Like so, what you'll see is that you'll see a group that somewhat operate like that, and
Mm-hmm.
and you kind of understand that sometimes you'll understand when it's a money grab and when it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you in the DC area, I can't get it quicker. I can't get it to you quicker because I'm in Atlanta. I'm
Yeah.
gonna find a guy in the DC area to get it to you.
Yeah, but it still depends on what your mindset is. I mean, if you the type of person, if you the type of person that need feel like you need what you need, then you might not. You might still take that bread, and it's not even you taking it.
Most
'Cause
people are like
it, it,
a
it's
lot of
still
people bread.
it's still all fair. You know what I'm saying? In love and Seamoss. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
don't get mad about it.
And we hustling, right? But what I'm talking about is the bottom line that we talking about when we talking about really building something and coming together. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying us right here. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, so you know, we got to get past the idea of just like talking about all these wonderful things that could be and putting some real time, ideas to work. You know what I'm saying? At least, chatting it up and really talking about it, even if it's outside this forum. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, who really want to pull together, you know what I'm saying, and make some things happen. We might not have all the ideas sitting right here, right now, but it just might be a Saturday, a Sunday, a Wednesday, a Thursday night where, you know what I'm saying, 6 of us or 10 of us come together, you know what I'm saying, and say, okay, like I'm getting this, I'm getting 400 pounds, I'm getting 3,000 pounds, you know what I'm saying, and how can we pull together and all get some money together? You know what I'm saying? And if we really serious, then we politic some ideas and we can make it happen. Because we definitely can do more together than we can do on our own. And
That's
that's
true.
for sure.
That's true.
Yeah, I agree with you. What I would say is that I always just kind of like if I see somebody that's kind of extending themselves and saying that, "Hey, look here, this is what we got going on." Only thing I look for after that is just for somebody to say, "Hey, I got this going on." Well, and just like what you just said, is that okay? So if people see us or are listening to us right now on these podcasts or on these stations, then the next step would be is reach out
Yeah.
and
Let's form a mastermind group, like Matthew just said there.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
and again,
those,
go ahead.
no, go ahead, Rick. What you about to say?
Is that no? There's a lot of people that reach out. Like right now, I'm trying to catch up to people reaching out because the better, like, it's actually starting to matriculate into what it's supposed to. Like I
Mhm.
think people are hearing what we're saying.
Mhm.
Right.
Seriously, I think people are really hearing what we're saying, and they're kind of going to the route of, okay, so it is really what's the next step?
Mm-hmm.
Like how do we turn it into what it's supposed to be? Because
A lot of people can't get money, man, because they not organized and they don't know how. You know what I'm saying? But with a team, you know what I'm saying. It's like everybody bringing something to the table. You might be the strategy dude. The other dude might be the logistics dude. The other dude might be the numbers dude. And then you got the dudes that like all they want to do is run around and drop stuff off and pick it up. You know what I'm saying? So it's still at the end of the day, it's like taking some time with some
Mhm.
like minds and sitting down and saying, what can we do? What's all the different variables? You know what I'm saying? To
Yeah.
how we could pull shit together and how it could work. You know
At
what I'm
least explore the options.
saying?
I don't, I don't want to sound a certain way, but I think what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a woman that's in this feed, and all that we're saying right now, she's going to take it and put it all together, and she's going to come up with something for us because we're men and we can't, and we have trouble doing that sometimes.
But I mean, but that's yeah.
That's just a truthful statement. That's what's really going to happen is that there's
It-
somebody there's a woman that's in this feed right now that's
yeah.
listening, and she's taking notes and she's actually putting together and she's going to say, okay, this is what we're about to do,
Do you
and
do you know who that person is in the feed?
we're just going to follow.
Mhm.
So it's going to happen. I'm not sure if she's in the feed right now, but somebody's going to come and it's going to.
Hey, and that's all good. The queens are welcome. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's
I'm.
about it's whoever got that hustle mentality. It's not, and
It's usually that brings it all together.
if I'm giving the impression that I'm just talking about the men getting together and doing it, then no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about a mindset. I know enough women that get money and like to get money. You know what I'm saying? But and again, like I said, I know it's not going to be like this a easy, simple thing. But the most critical part of it is this people being consistent. Like once we come up with some ideas, you know what I'm saying, and then actually, like men should do, stand on their word and be consistent. You know what I'm saying? And like Julian said a few seconds ago, like at least explore the possibilities. You know what I'm saying of what it could actually look like. Me and him was having some conversation the other morning about this very thing. On certain levels. So it's just about and everything not for everybody, man. You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? So it's about putting out a call to those that because that's how you identify people. Anytime, man, I have any type of conflict in my life or try to come into my space, you know what I do? Because I don't like public displays, right? I
Mhm.
take I take a dude and I get him by himself, and I'm like, "What's happening?" Nicely. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? But what's happening though? You know what I'm saying? Because I know how a real man gonna act, you know,
Yeah.
man to man. You know what I'm saying? When it's people watching, people say all kind of stuff. It's just like in these forums and on these pages. You know what I'm saying? Like people say a whole lot. They pretend to be many things. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? But then you catch them by themselves, or you try to get them by themselves, and you don't see none of that. So
Yeah.
I'm
Uh,
talking. I'm talking about really saying, "Hey, who with it? Okay, this is where we meeting up at." And then if you with it, you gonna slide through. And if you really with it, then your words gonna turn into actions, and then we gonna get some things going on. It's just as simple as that. It's not political, not at all, not at all.
no, no, no. It's funny you bring that up because I feel like if some people were to see me online and read the comments, they would think I'm like the biggest asshole. And like to meet me in person, like, to bring me one on one and be like, yo, what's happening? You'd see like I'm not that kind of guy, but you know what I mean? Sometimes, you know.
Yeah, you get a kick out of it though. You know, you get a kick out of it. You know,
Yeah.
It's no, what it is that you study.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so
What
what
I'm
happens
talking about.
when
Yeah.
you study and you see the certain things that are going on and what's being said, and it's like, come on, y'all, really? Like,
And I told him the same thing, Rick. I was like, you know, because you study, or maybe we was all online when I said that. You know what I'm saying? Um, it was us three, and I said, you know, because Julien and yourself as well, the time that you all have and the actual study that you have, you know, you can stand up and attest to things when people be, you know, talking about certain things. Because what was the whole thing earlier about when
Phytoplankton.
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
I oh man,
Guy
I
sold himself out like in the car. I couldn't believe it when I read. Like, I wanted to even say, like, did he read his own message that he posted?
What is that? What, like, can you
Oh,
break
what
it
is
down?
phytoplankton?
Yeah.
it's hey though. See, this is the thing is that he just needed to, like, he didn't get to that point yet, and you
Yeah,
actually brought him to that point. So that I thought that was I hope that he thought that was a learning experience.
that's what I wanted it to be. I wasn't trying to attack the guy. It sounded like that or looked like that because I kind of, I don't know. I'm not here to like buttery, like, phrase it in a way that looks like the most, like, I don't sugarcoat things. This is what it is. You know what I mean? You're gonna come out and start, throwing some stuff out. I'm gonna start throwing some stuff back. You
Mm,
know,
mm.
and so to answer your question though, what is phytoplankton? Is that what
Yeah,
you want?
yeah.
Basically it's these microscopic organisms that are, and so there's plankton and then there's phytoplankton. And so phytoplankton is the food for plankton, and it could either be like single cell like algae and organisms like plant sort of plankton, or it could be like, I don't know, organisms which are like amoebas and stuff like that. This is like on the microscopic level. And so with sea moss, when it reproduces, is these I think they're called grommets or something like that, and this stuff acts as phytoplankton in the water, and
Mm,
that's used to feed the plankton, which goes on to that's basically the um, the first level of the food chain for all animals. Like
mm,
whales feed off phytoplankton, or sorry, plankton in general. And so, yeah, like you reduce that in the waters, you're reducing life basically. That's like
mm,
the building blocks of life, and so it's important to have it. And sea moss, in general, because it's an algae, is constantly absorbing the carbon monoxide and releasing oxygen in the water. And so it's important for the overall health of the world that this stuff maintains. If it has to grow more than it has to be reduced, and the consumption that we have in the water, like, I think people don't understand the level of sea moss that we're actually extracting from the water. Okay, think about a guy like Rick who has 4,000 pounds, 5,000 pounds in inventory. That 5,000 pounds takes like 50,000 pounds of wet sea moss, 60,000 pounds.
mm.
That's a fucking shitload of sea moss. You know what I mean? Like 1 pound, 10 pounds of wet sea moss makes 1 pound of dry sea moss.
Yeah. And people
So,
don't really be thinking about that when they hydrate it, and it just, you know what I'm saying? Like the other day, and I think I was telling y'all last week, like, because, you know, I don't even weigh it out before I hydrate it. Sometimes I think I can just eyeball it, and I
yeah.
just took like this much, you know what I'm saying? And I rinsed it off, and then I soaked it, and I came back, and the whole damn sink was filled up. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you know, but
Yeah.
and that's common sense. You know what I'm saying? Like how much, and when you really think about it like that, going back to what you were saying when we talk about the farmers and the hard work, can you imagine like what 1,000 pound or 2,000 pound order looks like before it's actually dried out? You know how much wet sea moss that is coming out of the water?
Man,
Oh my!
Dude, I carried those sacks, bro. Like, it's fucking work. Each one of those sacks you see in any of those pictures, they're at least 60 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah. And that this is coming back to the hard work that these guys do, the farmers. Most of these women, the farmers, are women, right? Many of them are, and many of them are, or it's like a husband-wife team and stuff. And these women are hard work. I've seen them carry this stuff on their backs, and sometimes they have to carry it like miles or like a quarter mile, like a long distance through rough terrain to get to their house because they don't have a vehicle to pull the sea moss out of. You know what I mean? Some of them don't even have boats to go in there to get it. They have to swim over there, and you know what I mean. It's not easy work, you know. And yeah, it's a lot of sea moss. A lot of sea moss.
Tater in the house.
Yeah. We were just talking to you earlier about making gels. Good evening.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Y'all see
Hold on.
Candy question about the Seamoss oil drops and Seamoss skin oil.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I just seen that too. You want to answer that, Julien?
I was just gonna say I'm actually trying to Google it to see even how to make sea moss oil. I have no idea.
Okay, so this is how. All right, so the only way I found to make a sea moss oil is to actually use the Level 2 machine. So what you can do is you can take like a coconut oil, you can take something of that nature, and put it in the Levo, and then what you do is you take sea moss, and you just put it into a little compartment. Once you put it in a little compartment, it kind of whisks it up, and it actually infuses it into the oil.
Oh,
That's the only route I've seen so far. So it's a Levo 2 machine, and so if you're familiar with cannabis, then you kind of know about the Levo 2 because it actually infuses the cannabis into butter and things of that nature.
yeah. I was thinking of the can of butter one. There's a machine.
Yeah. So it's kind of like the exact same method that you would use to do the exact same thing, really, to extract it out like that.
That'd be a vicious process, though, huh?
No, it's not. Actually, the thing is that you just need the Levo.
This is it here.
Yep. There you go.
There's a Level 2, the Ultimate Level kit. Oh, there's a gummy making kit.
Everything that you need is right there. That's the machine that you need.
How much is it, Julien?
$329 US, $329.99 on sale. Best deal.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
For what you can do with it, okay, so this is another thing that it actually does as well. It actually makes tinctures. So it's good at making tinctures. So you can get a vegetable glycerin tincture out of it. Yeah.
I wonder, I guess we'd have to shop around there. There's got to be one with bigger capacity because
No.
forever.
I've called the company.
Okay, so you can't get more capacity because this.
No, that's the tedious part about it is that you're only going to be able to get a little bit out of it. Like it's not going to produce a ton at a time. But the thing about it is, okay, so when you actually use it to infuse, it only takes 2.5 hours. So you may do 4 or 5 batches in a day.
That's true.
So it kind of levels out itself. It's just that you have to have time to kind of keep on filling it up and doing it. But another good thing is the Levo, you can actually do it from your phone as well. So I'll be on my phone and I'll activate it and I'll boom. And I can actually start having it going right from my phone.
You can control it from your phone?
Yep. There's an app on your phone for it.
And this is it. I think this would be cool even to get, say you wanted to get started in the gummies and you wanted to test the market or something. Because sometimes you don't want to go and, spend millions, not millions, but you know what I mean? A lot of money in getting a production run done of gummies. Find out that they don't sell.
That's the biggest thing about gummies, anything of that nature. Are most businesses, small businesses going through a company to do their gummies? because I kind of stopped looking at gummies. I'm be truthful with you.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean,
That
I assume there's other companies that are making it for some of these guys, or I think it's quite possible a lot of them are even going overseas to China and getting them, or like they're already made.
well, I'm guessing they're probably not going to say nothing. But is there anybody that's like is there? I just want to know if anybody in this live is making gummies or actually has a company that makes their gummies for them.
Mm. Someone
Like I
says
would,
here, I use a machine called the Infusium 420 to make oil that use the same method. It takes about an hour to fuse any dry herb into an oil.
yep.
Right.
Like I looked at the what is the magic, was it magic butter? I think that's one of those machines too. That was the first one I looked at, but the Levo was actually like I'm actually gonna look at this machine that they're talking about.
The Infusium.
Infusium 420.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
let's see.
I'm all into those. I'll go buy one tomorrow, just because
Infuse.
you sell Seamoss oil.
Yeah, that's Jason Smith.
Okay, so what is the process of the Seamoss oil? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, and if you want to even like join in as a guest, I have more room. I can get up to 10 people into this live stream.
Godfrey Williams, he asked, "What's the going rate for a pound of sea moss?"
we discussed this earlier. Anywhere from $5 to $500.
Yeah.
But as I've
So
seen,
okay, so I guess what they want to know is what do we think the going rate should be? What should the going rate be? Like what's your opinion on what the going rate should be for 1 pound?
Of what? Gold?
Of I would say of gold. Yeah, let's start with gold.
In between $45, $50.
That's actually what I think.
yeah, I would kind of say the same.
All right, let's go. All right, now let's go to multi.
I'd say $5 to $10 more. Probably.
Yeah.
How we price it is about a $10 difference based on our
Yep.
cost of the purchase it. Because the farmers do charge us. Now I've seen a lot of farmers where they're not doing it. Like how do you say it? They're not charging more, but from my experience, like we pay the farmers a little bit more for multi and also purple and green, just because the it's more work.
So what I'm looking at, like, and this I kind of see across the board is that 40s for the gold, 50s for the multi, 60s for the purple.
Yeah,
and green.
And green. I'm sorry, and green as well.
Mm-hmm.
I was
This is the.
Go ahead, Julien.
I was just gonna say this is the I don't know if you see it on the screen here, but on the share,
You can see it.
that's the Infusium.
That's got a lot going on with it. That
Yeah,
might
it's
be
got a lot of kit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's got a lot going on. I just like to press a couple buttons.
Like you got the bags here. You know what I mean? You got some spatulas, some silicone. Yeah. It's still a big kit, you know. But that's for butter, oil, and tincture. This is almost like the magic butter machine. It reminds me.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it's like. The magic butter machine.
Mm-hmm. And I guess you'll need these bags to sift like whatever herb stuff you put into it. Yeah, the purification filters.
See, Levo you just put it into a pod and just press a button.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might have to stick with the Levo.
Yeah, don't complicate it.
Yeah. Like time is money. Yeah.
That is
I'll be
true.
over there trying to figure that out forever.
That is true. So at Reno Lewis, may I ask where you get your insulated shipping bags? I'm looking into Uline. But you don't use insulated shipping bags, Rick? Do you or Musking? Because you guys just sell the dried, right?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
That's like we need a gel expert here for that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I know Tata was going to come in, but I think she's there in the comments, but I don't think she's going to come on the video because she said she's got an early flight tomorrow, and so I
Yeah,
think she's
that's what I
scared.
see as well.
Come on, she might not
Somebody
make
says sound good, but where is this from? Is it wildcrafted? No. What are
it.
they looking at?
I don't know. I don't know. I think they're probably saying the talk about our Seamoss and stuff like that, and I don't know.
Depends
I
on
don't
who
know.
you're
Are
talking
you guys
to.
ready to get into the wildcrafted debate? Like, I don't know.
Truthfully, wildcrafted or as long as it comes from a certain part of the ocean, as long as it comes from a certain part of the ocean, to me, I'm fine with it. If it's
Yeah,
coming out the ocean to me, I'm fine with it. Because I know that it's based on the waters and not really where it's stationed at in the waters.
yeah.
We'll just keep it at that. So I guess I'm. Oh, and this is another thing. I'm probably not the best one to actually answer this because
Hmm.
it's a question that I have. Is that we can say that we get wildcrafted all the time, but how do we really know?
They don't know.
At the end of the day,
I'm telling
Like at
you,
the end of the
unless
day, they can say that all the stuff is wildcrafted right now, and we don't know.
we
And
won't
people
be
can
able to
say
tell it.
people can say their farmer did this, but a lot of times you don't know that your farmer buys sea moss from other farmers,
Yeah.
and so
Some of these farmers are not even farmers. Some of them have
exactly.
never put a stick in the ground. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
So we can get into that, but
Mm.
that's going down a whole nother different
Yeah,
subject. So we'll just keep it kind of based on look to see where your sea moss is coming from. Period.
that's
And
it.
if they can back it up, that is coming from there.
And
Make sure
the
you have
area.
make sure you have paperwork on your sea moss. You know, if you're actually getting it directly from your supplier, you know. That's
Mhm.
all that you ask for. And but the thing is that now, if you're not getting paperwork, there's something wrong with you because everybody got paperwork. Everybody going through the same process in St. Lucia. It's
Mhm.
like if you getting CMOS from St. Lucia and they're not getting paperwork, I don't know what type of farmer you got.
Yeah. They can't. It's
You
not supposed to leave the island without it.
yeah, it's not going to lead the island without it. That's like I don't.
But
But
like,
again, we can only talk about St. Lucia CMOS,
yeah,
and
that's my
I'm
only.
not sure what goes on different countries, on different islands.
But I also want to add that just because you get it off the rock, because if the rock is found in an area where there's a high level of sewage and toxins and stuff, or there's like an algae bloom or something like that, and your sea moss is absorbed, like what good is it going to do on the rock? The rock's not going to save you from toxicity or whatever. You know what I mean? So, and the more that you guys request and harvest this stuff, the more these divers have to be pushed into areas where they probably wouldn't have collected that sea moss. Do you know what I'm saying? Because if it comes down to them eating or them not eating, they're going to eat. That's a fact, and I'm not hating on them. That's the truth. If I was in that shoes, do you know what I mean? If it came down to eating or not, I'm going to eat.
Right about that.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You got to make sure you know where it's coming from, like the waters, and make sure it's clean and everything.
So,
Yeah.
Julian, you want to go into the levels of sea moss or the different grades of sea moss?
Oh
Because
yeah, that's most
we
people
had a
don't
conversation
know.
about this earlier this week, and me going through a lot of different situations, found out the hard way that there's different grades of sea moss.
Hmm.
There's A, there's B, there's C.
Yeah.
Uh,
I honestly don't want to get too in touch with it because one thing I've learned is you don't want to really mess with someone else's money. And if there's people out there that are making good money selling the lower grades and I sort of expose them like this is what the lower grade looks like, you know what I mean? And they run back to I don't know, I don't want that problem. Sorry.
that's why I asked you if you want to talk. Hey, I know that's a touchy subject.
Bro,
Even me.
real talk, I've been threatened before because I slipped up and said some shit I wasn't supposed to say, and like that is definitely a warning. Do not fuck with other people's money. So yeah, so I don't want to go too much in it, but there is different grades, and you know what I mean. Sometimes you got to be careful with the price that you're paying because the lower the price you are, the more opportunity that that person is has no choice but to give you that lower grade. You know, these guys have to make money too, right? So you can't expect to get the high grade and at the cheapest price. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you're almost asking for trouble because you're cutting corners, right? And you can only cut so many corners. Do you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, to me, it's like I don't feel bad for those people that get stuck with. Not to say about you, right? Because I don't know
No,
what happened
I
with you.
didn't. I didn't know. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm saying
I
with
think
those
that's the
people.
situation that I didn't. I didn't know. Like, I think a lot of people that when they first start off, that they don't know the difference between what's good and what's bad.
Hmm.
Um, and like myself is that when I first started out, I got a certain grade, but I've also gotten grades that weren't as good. However, you're able to make it work. But then you
Hmm.
start realizing that it. What I realized that if you accept that grade, then they will keep on giving you that grade of work. And
Yep.
so that's what you have to be mindful of, and especially, and it depends on, and also, and this is the thing is that I don't want people to think that just because I'm like I spend a lot of money on my CMOS, so I'm expecting top quality.
Hmm.
Like if you're trying to spend the cheapest amount, then expect what you're gonna get.
And
And I would just say that much. Like I always go by, like I'll look at the CMOS and I'm bad because I'll tell you, oh, hey, this is a certain amount. I know I can get this for this, so I want this for this, and it's
Mhm,
usually more than what somebody else will say.
mhm.
And I've always been like that, especially with all my suppliers. I'm like, well, oh, I know we can sell that for this, so you might as well charge me a little bit extra because this is actually a lot better than this over here.
Mhm.
And but they kind of the crazy part about it is they look at me funny.
Yeah,
Like,
like why are you giving me that information? And why
no,
like
I
they
mean,
don't
but
trust
this
you?
is the truth because if it's and what I didn't understand that time is I was pretty much calling out the levels like, okay, you should sell me this level for this amount, you should sell me this level for this amount.
Mhm.
But what ended up happening is that only thing I did was raise the price, and even the lower amount was starting to come
And
for the higher price. You get what I'm saying?
and that's one thing I should point out is that while these guys are making the money doing this stuff, in some ways they're really hurting themselves. They should be honest with what they're providing. They're kind of messing up, like sending stuff that is B grade and selling it like it's A grade is not doing you any favors. You're making short term money gains, but in the end, the guy who's wise enough, like you, will catch on, and you will then have do you know what I mean? You're not going to play those games anymore. Do you know what I mean? And you
Yeah.
can potentially lose good business for trying to just cut a few corners. Like we need like almost integrity across the whole board, and understand that some of the CMOS you can't get top dollar for. Some of it you have to sell for less, and there should be someone sort of like or some kind of rules set, because even right now it's kind of like for a lot of times, even the B grade, they're going to try and get the same price as the A grade, because if the person agrees to it, then they're like, okay, I got extra money, right? But it hurts the industry overall. It messes up the market because then there's no sort of consistency of quality based on the price, and then people are going to take advantage. If I spend high money for B grade and I can't move it, then I can't come back to you and buy more CMOS. Some of these guys are having trouble selling their CMOS, and they're wondering why these guys aren't buying CMOS. It's because you guys have done messed up the market, because I can buy 10 pounds at the same price as I buy 100 pounds, and sometimes I'll get good CMOS that I can sell quickly, and sometimes it's going to be garbage that I have to hold on for months. You know what I mean? And then there's guys that are selling it that are getting it for $5 and wanting to sell it for like $100 and are willing to sit on it for 6 months. It's like, no, bro, you're getting it for cheap dollar. Move that shit and get back more. There's got to be
Yeah.
the volume to keep them. There's no flow in the market. You know. Here's someone else that's just joining in. I'm not sure who it is. Is that your screen that you shared?
No, I was saying if Rick recognized that right there.
Oh, what is that?
Is that the multicolored?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something back when I first met Rick.
Yeah.
That he
That's
had
what I was
seen.
looking at when I first started shipping out bags.
You remember that, Rick?
Yeah. That's why I started looking like, hold on, I have that picture. I have a picture like that. Some.
Hey, that thing
I'm
was
like,
beautiful.
I'm starting to look like that. My screen.
That was beautiful, man.
Man, oh man, I remember those. Man, when we first started out, boy, we would have them conversations.
Yeah.
You know what? I wasn't expecting this. That I just put like that.
Yeah. Crazy.
So someone's saying people like to know how to tell the difference between Scotch and E&J. That's true. But I'll say this. Most of the Seamoss that's coming on the market from good, reputable suppliers is good Seamoss. Most of these guys are not pushing out crap. I think you got to watch out for a lot of the guys that are sort of like the independents or the ones that are... There's a lot of, I guess, either... I don't know. People stealing Seamoss. And then they're taking the Seamoss and they're coming on to even groups like the Seamoss Buyers Club and stuff, and they're just selling that Seamoss cheap, or they're going into people's inbox and they're telling people, "Oh, I got this," you know what I mean? And that's something I think you got to be careful of, because a lot of these guys that are stealing the Seamoss or just picking it up from the beach and are not really in the business don't have the experience and know-how on how to dry it and cure it properly so that it is that quality Seamoss, because all the Seamoss comes out the same. A lot of times it's how they clean it and dry it that determines the end quality of the appearance, which is really the grade. You know what I mean? Because the grade is more based on appearance than it is actually nutrients, right?
Exactly. See, okay, that's another thing that we want to go to as well, is that when we're talking about grade, we're really talking about appearance. This is more for wholesalers, as far as people that actually sell raw herb to other people. You definitely want to look at the grade that you're selling, because you want that to look the best that you possibly can. And people start to break down what's the different grades. The different grades is that you see the A grade, and everybody actually makes commercials with the A grade. Everybody makes the advertisement, everything with the A grade Seamoss. The B grade Seamoss is what they don't make their commercials with. Is what they don't make their ads with. I would just say that. And if you actually purchase a lot of Seamoss, you'll understand the difference.
Yeah, I definitely. Yeah.
Like once you start, and this is the thing is that, and this conversation is not meant for somebody that's actually buying under 25 pounds. This is for somebody that's buying 25 pounds or more, because you won't see it if you're buying 25 pounds or under. They're really going to end up getting somebody's A grade, because you're really a customer. So you're going to get their best quality. You're going to get what they want to bag up the best. If you're buying a pound from somebody and you're getting B grade when you buy a pound, then that's probably an issue. Like, I know that if I'm bagging up the best looking Seamoss that I have. Like when I get to a B, sometimes I put a sale on if I get to a B bag. I'm like, hey, I got 25% off.
Yeah.
And
it's still good Seamoss though.
It's still good Seamoss. It just doesn't look good.
Yeah, but some of it swells up. It gets good volume. You know?
Yeah. Okay, so this is what I say. It's not a situation where it doesn't look good. Okay, so a lot of B grade that I kind of tend to run across is what started off as being a purple or or a green or some type of hue, and then during the drying process, it started turning,
Mm-hmm.
and it turned to a point where you couldn't classify it as a
Purple.
purple or a green, and then it started to pretty much. So then you set it out so it can dry the rest of the way, but it doesn't get to a golden color. It gets to like a tannish brown color,
Mm-hmm.
which truthfully I love it. Like that's the one I go to the most. Like when you say you don't want it, I'm like, cool.
Yeah,
I'll
I got
take
it.
that. Like that's what I turn into gel. Like that's what I want. Like when people say, "Oh, well, it's a little dark in color," you don't even understand. Like this is the best sea moss. This is the best gold that you can get.
Well, and here to interrupt you, Rick, sometimes that brown colored stuff, it's higher in nutrients because of the waters that it was brought out of, and the
Exactly.
time that it was in. You know what I mean? And the way the person cleaned it. Sometimes the way these farmers clean it, they can turn the sea moss actually like really, really lighter. And it's like the question is, and there's no proof, but is that lighter color is more appealing to us, right? And and visually, but is that even stripping more nutrients away because you know what I mean, they've bleached it longer or they've cleaned it, double times, you know what I mean? And every farmer you talk to has a different method of doing it. That's why the
Yep.
relationship with your farmer is most that will stop you from having the issues of getting B grade or something. You'll know when the CMOS is not as pretty because he'll tell you. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
And you still, I mean, you still gotta, you have to trust the process, because unless you're right there with it coming straight out of the water, going through the whole curing process and all that, you don't know. You can get boxes and boxes of CMOS, open it up on the top, it look like one thing. Then by the time you get
Yeah.
to the middle, you know what I'm saying? Yeah,
It's a totally different situation. And
because and I had got to the point where I was basically, I was like, look, and not specifically speaking that way, but like, listen, like this is specifically what I want. Like I want dark purple sea moss. I want dark green sea moss. I want this. You know what I'm saying? Because one time, and we pay different prices. For okay, you pay this price for gold, this price for multi, this for green, this for purple, right?
yes,
And my people were like, oh, okay, well, we have something that we're selling it for purple, but we're going to give it to you at the multicolor price. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, oh, okay. And it was mostly purple. You know what I'm saying? They had some pieces of green in it, a little bit
it's
of
just
gold.
lighter, and it's probably a
It's
little
just
lighter.
it's just lighter, but like my dark purple is like dark purple. You know
You
what I'm saying?
you'll always find pieces for some reason. You'll always find pieces of green and purple.
You
Mm-hmm.
can't. It's like they stick together. You can't go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the way they sort them, and they usually will dry the green and the purple together, and sometimes the bits get mixed up with each other.
and and the
And,
I
green
and
be
I,
so
I think
dark.
it's like a gift.
and the reason I brought it up, because Taylor had asked a question to y'all about, like, what are y'all doing on the industrial level to make sure your moss is clean and visually appealing? But there's no real guarantee with that. It don't matter how many pounds you get in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Y'all can say, oh, well, we getting 1,000, 2,000 pounds. I'm getting 300-400 pounds, and we gonna have the same issue. We
Mhm.
susceptible to the same dynamics. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
it
Yep.
really does not
Exactly.
matter unless you're right there firsthand. And Julian probably have over time had more control over that, being that he actually over there in the water sometimes pulling the sea moss out. But if you waiting for somebody to send something over here to you, you don't know what you're gonna get. Cause even me going to pick it up from the uh the airport, right? It's like every time I'm ready to open the box, I be like, like, oh, like, let me see what this gonna look like. You know what I'm saying? When I open the box, so it's like, I mean, at least that's my opinion. Like, it's no real guarantee outside of this being consistent with a certain importer, somebody that's like sending it to
That's really what it is.
and building relationships. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that answers your question, Taylor, like, you know, being consistent, like the person that I've been dealing with all this time, has been consistent. So the Seamoss been consistent. It's clean. It's probably, I guess, what you guys are calling grade A.
Grade A, yes,
Seamoss.
definitely.
But then
Um,
having uh, uh, um, an experience, you know what I'm saying? Like dealing with somebody else, you know what I'm saying? Then it wasn't exactly the same type of experience. So it just depends. Tater said no, it didn't answer her question. So maybe that's something.
okay. So the process I go through is I'm kind of dealing with the situation where you call them the boxes, and you kind of going through the boxes and figuring out that some ain't what they're supposed to be. I go through every box. Like, really, y'all don't see the bad. Y'all don't never see the bad sea moss. Yeah,
Yeah.
like that's just a deduction that you just say I'm not making. Sometimes you just like, you know what, I might not make any money off this. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Or I'm just gonna break even, and 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 that's just a fact of the matter that happens. And I'll say the reason why is because even okay, so if you have a supplier, right? Like, and I'm gonna just say myself, and if I'm getting 1,000 or 2,000 pounds, if I'm even getting 3,000, any of that nature, I know that supplier did not supply me with all of that CMOS.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mhm.
know that he
Yeah.
supplied me with a lot of the CMOS, but he ended up getting CMOS from somebody else. Now he doesn't go through every piece of what he got.
Mhm.
It's impossible. Not at the
Is
4,000 pound level.
exactly. So what it is that you're gonna get some sprinkles of some stuff that's not really gonna be what you want.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
and once you get to that point, you got to start accepting that that's just going to be the fact.
Mm-hmm.
And what you have to start doing is making a really judgmental decision on, do I want 1,000 to 2,000 pounds, or should I just bring in 1,000? Now, 1,000 pounds is going to mostly be theirs, and it's going to mostly be something that they've kind of were able to kind of sort
Quality
through.
control. Yeah.
Exactly, a quality control. What I figured out is that the more CMOS I buy, the less money I make.
Mhm.
That's
I'm
facts.
just, I'm just being truthful with it. The
No.
more CMOS I buy, the less money I make. If I buy 3,000 pounds, I don't make what I'm supposed to make.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Because
If
it's impossible to get 3,000 pounds of top quality premium.
exactly,
Yeah, that's a
exactly,
fact. And I also want to point out, like Rick, I keep saying, "Oh, you got to," even as good as your relationship with that person is, there is like even we get sometimes bad boxes or whatever. The system I have is I monitor. We get a list of who came from what, and then I identify the box I don't like. I send it back to him, and he goes back to him and says, "Hey, you need to up the quality, or this is not good, or whatever." But you're gonna get some bad stuff. You know what I mean?
and to be truthful, I actually know that your supplier does the exact same thing.
Hmm.
Like, Malkin, your supplier does the exact same thing. Like, he goes back and he'll tell them, no, this is
Yeah.
not working. And he'll actually, and he does a moisture test. Like, he'll
Mhm.
do a moisture test on the sea moss.
Right. Right.
I know he's really meticulous about that part.
Oh, those guys
Like,
are serious at that group. Yeah,
was
Yeah.
that
those guys are serious at that group. The quality
it,
control is very good.
exactly?
You know,
It's quality control at its finest.
but
Yeah.
at the same time too, it's the farmers. Like Tata said, like, what is it that you do to make them so clean and consistently like visually appealing? These guys have just been doing it for
This
years.
is
They
what
go
they
back.
do. They love
Yeah,
it.
they
Mhm.
love it.
Yeah,
And that's the thing. The more love it takes, because I've done the drying of the sea moss. It's you. In order to get it perfect and done right, you literally have to watch it every half hour, every hour. I had his timer set, like every time to come and flip it and change it, because if one piece gets too much sun, it might get too brown. It might get stress marks, would get the little black dots and stuff like that, or the lines, and that it doesn't look good, and
Yeah.
so I think the more love that's put into the CMOS, the better quality it is, for sure.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. I learned a whole lot from that guy over time. But the cycle that I was going through, and my last one being with Rick. Everything that you was telling me was consistent with what he was telling me in terms of just the CMOS in general. you know, and the cultivation of it, you know, why it looks a certain way, why it don't look a certain way, you know, and that's a lot of the information that people don't have. But that's why I say, even still, like going to pick it up or you got it coming in, like I still be having anxiety until I open it up and see it and can put my hands on it and then start digging through it because it's nothing like digging through a box and then you like yes 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 and then one day you go dig and you like what's this, you
Yeah.
know, and you throwing away little pieces and you like well I just need to make gel out of this, you know what I'm saying.
that be the thing. It's like, okay, well, you start figuring out other things you can do with it. Like, okay, well, let me figure
Because
this
you
out.
know that it's not bad, right? You know there's still good CMOS,
All
but
good CMOS.
visually you know, it may not be as appealing, you
Mhm.
know, as something that was cured properly, you know,
Yeah.
and so, you know, you can still get some benefit out of it, but you be hoping that that whole thing is shipment is just even all the way through and through, but there's no way to guarantee that.
There's no way to guarantee. And I would say definitely. You know what? I would always say go with short. Don't go anything over 1,000 pounds.
Mhm.
Mm.
Don't go anything over 1,000 pounds unless you got quality. Like Julian's situation a little bit different because he got quality control on the ground over there.
I'm blessed, bro.
Yeah, he's his quality control on the
I'm gonna
ground
say it.
is phenomenal. See that? Okay, so this comes to something different. Now this
Yeah,
comes to somebody like Julian should just be in charge of logistics
yeah.
as far as the
Or my
quality control.
partner.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and getting it over here and things of that nature. Like really, I would have no problem just saying, you know what, I get all my CMOS from Julien
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
because
No,
you
He
yeah.
know
gonna
that
be
the
on it.
quality is gonna be good. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, my partner is experienced. He knows what he's doing. I trust. I would not be able. I would not be here with like doing what I'm doing with the quality CMOS that I have without him. He
yeah,
is like St. Lucian CMOS. I'm more just the face. I'm the guy that's willing to put myself out there. You know what I mean? He
yeah.
does all the hard work and the heavy lifting for sure. You know. And yeah, maybe I'll talk to him. Maybe I'll sell him. Are you up for this challenge? You want to do this? Because I think he's one of the few people that could really unite that country and get them all on board and get them to start working with each other. Because right now everybody's kind of like being independent and it's fragmented, right? But if they all work to each other and they shared with each other, there's enough for that. Enough money to go around for everybody. And that's one thing I know with him. He doesn't just buy off one single person. He makes sure that he takes the money, he spreads it out to the right people and the people that are like in a position where they really need to make like there's some farmers that are waiting for months to make a sale and they have no access to the foreign market and stuff like that. And they rely on these other buyers to kind of that sell to you or sell to other people to kind of, buy from them. And so he makes sure that these guys get an opportunity,
Mm.
So yeah, I bring it up to him and see what he says.
Let's see it. Let's see if we missed any questions. Like, I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out if I had any other questions. I think we answered everything about gel. Like that's really where I really want somebody to come on here and just break down. Like I don't know.
Maybe we can get Tata up there. I also want to welcome B. She just joined on the clubhouse to talk. We're talking about all things CMOS. And if you have any questions, just jump up because now's a good time. We're a little bit in a lull into what we've been talking about all night, which is pretty much everything about CMOS.
Yeah.
Like people should be lucky to be like seeing this kind of like insight view because it's not too often you see three wholesalers get together and just talk openly and honestly about what their experiences are like in this industry, you know. And I thank you guys for even just daring to be on this with me. To
No, I appreciate the platform. This is
Man,
this is wonderful.
I'm soaking up game from y'all. Like I said, I can sit over here and just not say nothing, but some things, I can speak to, but like I'm on here, my face on here, but I don't portray to like be on y'all level. I'm here as a student, first. You know what I'm saying? I'm here as a student first.
And
But Candy Fields had asked a question. I don't know if she's still on here. Um, when she had said something about getting some. She said I've experienced that recently with a supply. I waited 2 months for an order, and the sea moss is just breaking apart after being soaked for a few minutes. If I add limes, it turns into mush, and it's so dirty and difficult to clean.
oh,
Oh,
all right. So I would just say it probably wasn't cleaned the correct way as far as when it first got out the water, and actually has probably too much salt content that was still based around it. I'm not sure. I'm not really an expert on that one, but uh, like what
yeah.
I've noticed that's over salted, like as far as and it's just when it comes out, you have to do somewhat of a cleaning to it so it doesn't keep the salt content that it has. If it doesn't completely dry and you actually try to package it up and send it out, then it just makes it even worse as far as when somebody gets it. I think that's I've experienced somewhat, not to the point where it actually kind of broke and dissolved, because that's kind of like two different things. Like I actually have some brittle sea moss. However, I love my brittle sea moss. I just know it sat in the sun a little bit too long.
Mm.
Yeah.
So that is the
Some of them just like to dry it that much. They think that that's how it should be dried too. You know.
you know what, and I'm starting to realize that situation that they just want to, and it, to a point I kind of understand it. Reason why is because the more that you dry it out, the more yield that you get. Like, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. That a lot of the suppliers dry it out as much as they possibly can, so you can get more for it. Like you can get more coming back because the more they take the water content out, that means that the weight that you're getting is actually more sea moss.
And you'll be more happy customer, and you'll come back.
Exactly.
And that's what they'll
That's
say.
why I
So like,
always, if you don't want it, I always bring it back, and I always make gel out of it, and it always comes back like I love it. I don't.
That
I'm
makes
just
sense.
so
I
used
wasn't
to
even
it though.
thinking about it like that as far as that brittle sea moss. It
yeah.
poked through my glove and stuck a hole in my cuticle. I was mad as I don't know what. I was like, I don't want this shit.
Hey Tater, you taking my capsule? See, this is the thing. I'm happy that you said that about my capsule. Like that meant a lot. Cause I spend a lot of money on. I spend a lot of money and energy on them capsules to make sure I got them exactly right. Like I did a trial and error to the point where, like, I I probably drove my family crazy with
Try this. Try this. Try this.
yeah with that and freeze dried and just and saying it's ready to come out. No, it's not ready to come out. Let me tweak it just a little bit more, man. I actually, oh man, I'd be going through it.
Well, here, Ricky, Matthew wants to know, Ricky, what is your freeze dry process? Are you laying it over dry ice, or you have some kind of machine? Yeah, you have a machine, right?
Yeah, I actually have a machine. So what the machine does, it actually is. It looks like a vacuum. It looks like really like almost like a. I'll actually post a picture, but it looks like a vacuum that you. I won't want to say a vacuum, but like a washing machine dryer. Like it looks like a dryer like that you just put a couple plates in and then it freezes it up. Like it just takes all the moisture out. It's hard to really explain the machine because it's like a small box. And you can roll it around. It has a front part that acts just like a washer and dryer. And the only thing you do is you open up the front part, put the sea moss in. Now, this is what people don't understand is that it takes the freezing and the vacuuming part takes about 40 hours.
40 hours.
Yes, and that's just doing like I can get up to 5 pounds and it takes 40 hours. Now I
Wow.
can I've kind of slowed I've kind of speed the process up. Reason why is because I can actually pre-freeze the sea moss like in a freezer, and so it
Yeah.
doesn't have to go through the freezing process. So I actually gain about 10 hours. So really, I can get it to about around 24 to 36 hours. So I might be able to get like 5 pounds a day. But it's a process. Like it's really a process. It's
Yeah.
I love it. Like I can't go away from freeze dried sea moss. I'm happy I went through the process. Really, it's just like kind of how you would dehydrate sea moss. I take the sea moss, I wash it off, make sure I get all the excess salt off of it. Once I get all the excess salt off of it, because one thing I love about St. Lucian sea moss is that it doesn't. There's not a long cleaning process like everybody else sea moss that I hear about. So it only takes me like a couple minutes to clean off the sea moss. I put it into the freeze dryer. It freeze dries for the 40 hours. After that 40 hours, only thing I do after that, I take it. I had to break it down so I can put it into the powder machine, into my hammer mill grinder. Once I put it in the hammer mill grinder, we got powder. It's not a hard process. It's just a tedious process. It's a process that it takes time. I just started doing multi. I did a little bit of green this weekend, so I'm kind of geeked about that.
Hey, Rick, what's all the ways that you can use your CMOS powder? Like, can you make gel with it? Can you?
Okay, so all right, so you can actually make gel, but it doesn't make any sense to make gel with the Seamoss powder, because with the Seamoss powder you can do everything that you would put gel in. So if I wanted to sprinkle my powder into my smoothie, I sprinkle my powder in my smoothie. I sprinkle my powder into my tea. I sprinkle my powder in, like I put the powder into a juice, shake it up, and ready to go. Anything that you can really do with the gel, you can do with the powder. I like it better because now that I know the longevity of all my products is a little bit longer. That's one thing, especially soaps. Oh man. So like people that make soaps and they're making soaps with gel, you know that it has an expiration date on it. Like that expiration date is going, like the soap is not going to last as long, as far as it's not going to look as appealing. The sea moss is going to start to actually form bacteria, because if you actually have certain products that are mixed in with your soap, then it's not going to last as long. So it's better to use the powder. I think we made a couple products to start off, like a couple hair products to start off with gel. And after about a good week or so, it was molding. Like that's the one thing that, like, I'm scared of mold. You get what I'm saying? Like when I see mold start to, like, I'll change a whole process, because I'll never want to see mold coming from a product. Like that's like the one no that I would never want to see coming from somebody else's product. So I know I don't want to see it coming from mine. And so once I started seeing that was a big reason for powder. Is more topical than ingestion. It was more topical. And how can I have my products sustain themselves even longer? And gel just wasn't doing it.
Are you selling your powder? I mean, you using it straight for your capsules, or you selling it by the pound too?
I don't sell it by the pound. Reason why is because if I start selling it by the pound, I wouldn't be able to keep up. Like as far as, like, I only be able to sell a couple pounds at a time. I wouldn't be able to keep up. So like I'll sell. Okay, so really what I do is, like, I actually have 1 ounce powders that are equivalent to a 16-ounce thing of gel. Because 1 ounce of powder is equivalent to 16 ounces of gel. And that's what people really do. And actually you're getting more from that powder than you are from the gel, because the powder is a concentrated form of of what the gel is. So you're actually getting more when you get the powder than you get when you get gel. But still, like that 1 ounce is actually gonna last you 2 weeks if you use it every day. And the thing is, what I've learned is that you use more of the powder than you do of the gel. Like people don't mind dropping 3 scoops in of the powder.
Yeah.
When, you get what I'm saying? Because it blends in nice. Like it doesn't have any taste to it, so it's tasteless. I love just dropping it into a juice and just shaking it up and then drinking it throughout the day, and not having to really worry about it. Like that's my biggest thing right now. It's just like I'll squeeze some juice, shake that thing up, you know, and like and just drink. And I have my Seamoss, and really, I'm trying to get my family turned on to it. But you know, people got gel phobia, like me. Like I won't say I have a gel phobia, but I just wasn't really like that wasn't my thing. Like I like gel now because some of these gels that people be making me taste like smoothies and they be amazing. I'm not gonna lie. Like I had a soursop one the other day, man. I tell you, that thing was one of the best drinks I've ever had in my life. I did it like a drink. I hope he didn't put too much Seamoss in it because I ended up I did the whole thing. I tipped him.
It tasted that good, eh?
It was good. It was good. And when it's good, I take the whole thing. That's why I tell people, don't put as much Seamoss in these things, man. Stretch your Seamoss out. Don't put as much Seamoss in and make it taste as good as possible to where they have to come back every day.
They want more.
Yeah, like I will. Like if that was a situation, if that person was on the way to work every day, I would stop and get one. Without a doubt, every morning, stop and get one.
Yeah. Was Ada saying no taste at all and definitely
yeah,
no
she done about see
about your
she makes me happy because I put time in them capsules, and then like that's what I'm about to do after I do this powder. I'm about to go sit back, and that's another thing as well. Like I'm always like I want to get an automated capsule machine, but I think I want people to understand the process, so I want to hire people to actually make capsules. Like not an automated machine that does it. I want to hire people that have to sit there and literally make capsules and love what they do, because I think that makes the capsule totally different.
You should start like a school of capsule making so that like
that's what that's what I'm doing. Like that's what what I found, that there's a lot of young people that are trying to get into an industry where it might not be even this industry. They may just be getting into the medical field, and they want to know how to do certain things. I'm like, okay, well, hey, I got something for you. Like, come make some capsules for a little bit, and I'll teach you how to. And then the only thing that they're gonna do is inspire me to find some different things to come up with. I'm like, oh, we should come up with this. Oh, we should. Yeah. That is it. I'm always for that. You think we should come up with this? Yes, let's come up with it.
Because that's what you do. You start tweaking and making. There's so many products that can be made. You know.
It's like, you know what? And this is the funny thing is that I look at how Kanye has kind of orchestrated his life, how he's kind of gone about it. Like, you know, he was always a good producer, but when you come in and start bringing other people in to write and do certain things, and you start to create a whole catalog of other things that is just amazing. That's what ends up happening. Like, that's really what I look at. Like, okay, well, you know, now it's time to bring in a producer here, time to bring in somebody else over here. I need to bring a writer in over here. Like, I don't have to say that I created all these products.
No.
I just need to give somebody an outlet to you know what I'm saying, to come up with it. Like, okay, well, I may drop one little thing into the product. Like, hey, let's go ahead and tweak it like that. Boom. And I'm good after that. Hey, we done create a product.
Yeah. That's what it's the bigger picture. You know what I mean?
So,
yeah. Hey, we had Todd that just joined in on Clubhouse. I don't know if you had any questions, Todd. I want to give you an opportunity before we get into another conversation about something. Who knows what we're going to talk about tonight? You know what I mean? Do you have any questions at all, Todd?
Nah, I just dropped in, but I was just kind of peeping what you guys are saying. So I didn't come in with no questions.
Okay. Was
So
there
yeah.
anything you wanted to add? Feel free to jump in if you want to talk. Like you're listening to us and you have some things to add or anything. You know.
Okay, I'll let you know. I mean, it's only been like a couple minutes, so
Sure.
I'll chime in.
No problem. I know you always come in and grace us with your presence, so and you always got good things to ask or talk about. So I wanted to give you that opportunity. You know.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
No, nice.
So it looked like we got set a tentative date, man, for our power council meeting. Man.
Our mastermind group. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm up for anything. I still got to talk to Julien because he about to I'm about to put him out there, but he about to take over my Seamoss directory. So
Yeah. Let's
Hey, hold up. Hey, Rick, why I was about to bring that up though.
hey, well, because I wanted to bring it up before we got off here, so I could kind of put him on the spotlight because we talked about it and we haven't talked about it any further. So
I know.
we both know that we're on the same. So he understands that I haven't forgot. I'm going to mention it now. Is that so? And I think, and all this kind of correlates back to I believe correlates back to the Seamoss directory.
Mm-hmm.
So where it's almost like a platform that, hey, if you want to go over here, they have Seamoss right around the corner from you. So when you pull it up in the directory, the person that's closest to you is gonna pop up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I think that's something that the industry really needs, not only like just to sort of create some kind of organization and help those people in the different areas, you know what I mean, get more business, you know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
so that, those new people that are, because you said it once, Rick, like you don't want to be, and I'm not trying to throw shade on these guys that do ship internationally, but it's almost better for you to get if you're from California, get them from a guy that's in California. If you're even from LA, get it from a guy that's in LA, as opposed to getting it from some guy that's in New York or Connecticut, or you know what I mean. It's just, and I think if we had methods to allow us to sort of like sell more locally, the need for these guys to actually sell outside their state would diminish, and that would actually save
Yeah.
them money and save them. Like part of these people are going out of there because that's where the business is. You know what I mean? But if you
They're going wherever they can get a dollar from. I
yeah,
understand it. I understand
yeah,
because what it is that it hasn't got to a point where it's a household name to where you have people that are just around your area that are looking for it. What it is that you would have to. A lot of people don't want to put themselves out there.
hmm
And I understand because a lot of people been accustomed to doing certain things a certain way. Like, okay, yep, I got to this point, but you're not gonna go really out the way to put yourself out there unless you actually have a strong backing.
yeah.
That's
And
going to help.
imagine you could I think you could create a successful business and not even have to ship. Like imagine you were just driving and dropping your deliveries off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And actually,
Living
that's another form. That's another form of a business. So
yeah,
say if you're actually charging $15, $20 for a jar of gel, and then you're actually charging $5 for delivery. That's in the area. So
Yeah.
now you actually have somebody that maybe you're dropping off 20 packages a day. Now you have somebody that's willing to drop those 20, and you just say, okay, I'm gonna give you these $5.
Yeah,
And what
that's
it
a
is,
$100 a day to drive around and drop off. That's not a bad income.
that's not a bad income at all,
Mm.
especially if you're not having to drive around you're just driving around your city
Yeah, for a couple hours.
for
You
a
know what I mean?
couple
You're
hours.
dropping 20 packages. That you could do that, and if they're timed and organized right, you could do that fairly quickly.
Oh,
Afternoon.
okay. I see Tater talking. Okay, explain FDA and disclaimers. Okay, so that's
Yeah.
another thing I'm actually somewhat big on. Is trying to make sure that we're FDA compliant in all forms and fields. Like, so what you have to understand as far as if you're actually doing capsules and things of that nature is you have to put on your label dietary supplement. That's what you're going to be. Your capsules are going to have to be dietary supplements. And then you're going to have the FDA disclaimer on the back that's pretty much saying that you're not recommending this to a certain group of people. I love, so this is the thing is that a lot of people don't want to go through all that. I love going through all that. Like, if you have problem with the FDA and stuff like that, call me. Because I like to have the conversation with them so I can understand exactly what we're supposed to do. Like, some people don't want to have those conversations, but I'm going to go back and forth with them. I'm like, okay, so what else do we need to do? Because the more information we know, because the only thing they're going to do is say, okay, well, you're not in compliance with this. So once they say that, then guess what you do? You get in compliance.
It's not that difficult.
Yeah, I like to say what's next. All right, so what's next? To the point where you're like, okay, well, there's nothing else that, all right, then now we go. And after that, I know the whole entire process. Like, I love the process. Like, I get a kick off the process. Like, I want to know everything through the process.
Yeah, just going through the different stages.
You know, my husband, his chair in there, and he didn't know what went on either. It shook the whole house.
Somebody said I was driving, making deliveries, and not charging a delivery fee. So I started shipping, but that still works. Yeah, you gotta, like, no, okay, so if you actually got jail for $15-$20 and they're in your vicinity, charge them $5. Charge them gas. Like, you gotta, okay, so this, and the reason why I made that post the other day, because I actually had a situation where I just got gas and it cost me $60. Now, this is the thing, is that I go to the warehouse every day, so it's like every 2 days I'm putting $60 to $75 of gas in my car. That's starting to add up. Like, I'm starting to look like, okay, well, I got to pay for this. I got to pay for this. This gas is not getting cheaper. It's getting a little bit more expensive. And while this gas is getting a little bit more expensive, I keep on seeing the price of Seamoss going down. I'm like, this is not how it's supposed to be.
It's like, how is this possible? These guys are suffering. And
yeah,
part of
the thing is,
sorry, go ahead. Say what you're saying.
The thing is that I'm looking at it, it's like, okay, the reason why is because we're not following in tradition to what they're doing. Like, we're like, okay, I understand that we're our own industry. However, if they're raising their prices, everything, we can't be rogue and say, you know what, we're not going to do it. No, we are going to do it. We're going to raise our prices as well, because what that does is that what you're doing is you're diminishing us. It's kind of like, I don't like to say it like this, but like white flight. So you devalue us to a point where we get it like it's cheap, and then you come through and you buy up everything, and then you raise the price of it, and you give out the information. See, the key is the information, and what happens is that we're busy kind of wrestling for the sale, and we're not giving out the information. Like, that's why I think like these structures are so big, because whoever's on these forums, they're gonna go back and they're gonna give the information to their people, and so they're gonna have more information. But okay, and this is something that me and Julien kind of looked at the other day, is that the corporation that you think are coming are not coming. It's a different corporation that disguises themselves as something different.
Yeah.
And that's who you need to watch out for right now, because that's who you're competing against right now. When you tap on the Amazon, they're only going to get better. Know why? Because they have all the resources. Because guess what they're doing? They're doing all the drop shipping for all these other industries. So they have the templates already. They have everything already in place. So when it comes to getting assortments of everything, they're going to come out with cookies, they're going to come out with gummies, they're going to come out with pills, and they're going to have all the resources, they're going to have all the bottles, they're going to have all the graphics, they're going to know how to place themselves in Google. Know why? Because they've been doing it. They've structured themselves to do it for a longest time. And so what happens is now the mom and pops are not going to be able to compete with them.
Yep. Because we didn't get organized.
because we didn't get organized. And what it is, you're thinking that it's going to be a white company that's going to come and do this. No, it's not. It's an Asian company that's coming and doing it. It's taking it. And they're going to use our face. And they're going to sell to us.
Yep.
I guess, like, I'm not sure if nobody else wanted to say it, but it's happening already.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of saying in my mind. I don't want to say it, but it is, you know.
It's happening already. And
look at AliExpress.
And look at like sooner or later, what you're going to see is you're going to go to Alibaba, all these other places, and what Seamoss is going to be one of the top things. And you're going to be able to get Seamoss drop shipped and all this other stuff, and you're going to be like, what happened? Because they just realized that this is an industry that is just rogue, and a lot of people don't mind getting cheap shit.
No.
Because we proved that that's what we do.
All they gotta do is work a little bit.
The only thing I do is put a picture of us up, a stock photo.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And go off of that and say whatever they want to. Like, they don't even, like, this thing is, and I know Julien knows what I'm talking about. They don't even make sense. They'll put a stock photo up and call it Condas Christmas, and you know it's how you gonna get some purple either Jamaican or St. Lucian Seamoss and call it Condas Christmas, man. Come on, man. It don't even make any sense. And we sit up here and we just let it slide. Yeah. Like, oh yeah, look at it. Oh, we like, man, come on, man. Everybody knows there's a stock photo. We all seen that stock photo. We've all, like, I actually have the stock photo in my Seamoss directory. That's why I'm looking like, come on. Like, really? That's your Seamoss? Like
it's not your Seamoss. Why are you doing that?
Like, I know all the stock photos that you have. I've traced you. I've actually looked at your barcodes. Going back to that.
Yes. You do the research on them.
I do the research on you. So I'm realizing, I'm like, man, all your graphics are way too good. All your label, like, you got pouches. You got the real good pouches. Like, I'm talking about the laminated pouches that cost a lot of money. I know where you're coming from when you got those pouches. I've done the cost of those pouches and wanted to bring them back. I know how much you're going to, and you got to be a major company to do that. Unless you right then and there, and you don't have to worry about no shipping or anything of that nature, and it's pretty much everything's just in-house cost. Like, when everything's in-house cost, man, hey,
all vertical integration.
Yeah, you can sell Seamoss Black and burdock capsule for $10.99. But where's that Seamoss coming from?
I'm over here crunching numbers, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm reading. Kate is sending me messages on the back channels. She's saying she'd come on, but she's apparently she's looking like a hot mess, and she's worried that we're gonna clown her. Sorry for selling you out.
No, I had to put my junk in a ponytail right before we got on. I was looking a hot mess.
Yeah. But she wanted to. I think it was like I had who sells quality Seamoss from rocks. Not that farm raised on the roads. That was one question in the group that no one responded on.
Who sells? Okay, so what was the question again? So I make sure I heard the question correct.
Or I think let me go back. It's a question. It's the Morocco.
I didn't see that one.
I think she's talking about someone who asked that question about who sells quality Seamoss from rock, not that farm raised on the ropes. That was one question.
Well, yeah, we don't get into that. That's, but it's all about education, honestly.
Yeah.
It's all about.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I just want to say this: those that have done the actual research, you'll know, because within 5 minutes of searching it, you will find the evidence that Seamoss cannot get its minerals from the rock. You know what I mean? And to me, the only difference from the Seamoss being in the minerals and don't roll your eyes, Rick.
You know what? And I didn't do that on purpose either.
I know you didn't do it on purpose. Hey. I was like, oh fuck, like.
Like, man,
Now I know
I
what I
like
look
that.
when someone gets in the
That was just
conversation.
my face.
Like,
I'm sorry,
yeah,
man.
like,
That was
oh,
just my
not
face.
this shit again.
Like when we start, man, I was like,
I say this: you can tell someone who's actually done research and someone who's actually just watched YouTube videos. You know what I mean? And it's like, and so
woo.
yeah. But the quality of the water is important, and it's
Yeah.
anywhere. The temperature too. The colder the temperature, the slower the sea moss grows, the more hardy and thicker it will be. But it's all fucking good sea moss. You know what I mean?
But that's what I'm trying to get to the point where people stop saying they have the best sea moss.
Everybody has the best sea moss.
Everybody has the best sea moss.
It is.
Okay, so and okay, so I'll go into the cannabis field.
Mhm.
Just I want to correlate it to the cannabis field. Everybody has good green, and it's really not about exactly where you get your green from. It's really about your grower.
Mm-hmm.
And how they make sure that your green actually gets to you. Like you can actually get sea moss from the same waters, but whoever is making sure you're curing your sea moss, that's going to be the biggest test on what your sea moss is going to turn out to be. Bottom line to it. So like you can have the best sea moss coming from the best spot, but if they didn't dry it right, come on. That junk gonna come out looking like that old Jamaica. Like I'm actually happy that Jamaica done switched up their little situation. See, and they're starting to really dry their sea moss now. You get what I'm saying? Like they had that soggy stuff. Like and they were content on selling that soggy stuff. They switched up their whole entire style.
No, I know.
Like,
I've noticed that.
And it's cool. Like I'm not, and this thing is not. I'm not talking bad about it. I'm just saying that they realize that we can get a little bit more. We can improve our product, and they improve their product.
Yeah.
And I'm, because that was the main thing when I first got into the game about Jamaican sea moss, that it was wet, and that you didn't get the most out of it. Now you get Jamaican sea moss, it's looking just like St. Lucian sea moss.
Yep. Dry as fuck.
And it's cool. Like that way, like it ain't like that's not a situation where it's a hate situation. That's a situation where you say, okay, well, you guys picked up. Like you guys understood, you guys learned the situation, and now you guys are strong in the game again.
Yeah. I'm happy.
Really strong in the game, because some people just love Jamaican sea moss.
Yeah. Listen, you're not gonna not one person can sell to everybody. You know what I mean? Everybody likes different sea moss. Every sea moss is going to hit everybody differently. It's like cannabis. You know what I mean? And so I think it's just important that we all operate at a certain level of quality to ensure that we're not pushing people out of the market. You know what I mean? We need to draw more people in. If we focused on just building the market, we'd have enough to share. We live in an abundance. You know what I mean?
We do.
But how many people really know about sea moss?
See, we think there's a lot of people, but there's really not.
There's not.
It's a small community.
There's not a lot. Listen, half my family has no idea what I'm doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, what I'm doing. Like I had my godmother call me tonight, and I had to go over like half an hour, explain to her what I was doing for the last 2 years of sea moss, and she's like, "What is this sea moss, and how does it do to you?" You know what I mean? And I'm just like, "Oh wow." There's not a lot of people that are really, there's so much room in the market,
About to work. I'm in her soap making business area. Hold on.
Oh yeah.
So actually she just made some soaps that look phenomenal. Yeah.
So a guy offered us sea moss from Belize. You all heard of sea moss coming from there? I was like, "Whoa, hold up! I have." It's actually pretty good sea moss that comes out of Belize.
Yeah, I'm thinking wherever there's some water, there's some coral, and you're gonna be able to get it from it. And this is what I always say is that, like, especially if you get sea moss and if y'all can build a rapport to where he's your supplier and now y'all can build together, I always say go with something that works good for you. If you guys can come together and get a report together and say, okay, he has 50 pounds per month, and he can give you 50 pounds per month, and it's not something that's going to overstress. Man, get a supply that you can build with.
Yeah.
If that's what it is, that's what you're gonna do. I always say, go with. If believe is what you're going with, go with it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah,
Good Seamoss.
it's
I
good
think
Seamoss.
that-
Like and really, what you're gonna end up doing, you might end up tapping in. And another thing is that so when you're tapping into Seamoss, then you start to tap into other things that are coming off the island, and that's the best thing I love about importing, exporting. With these different islands is that now you start getting into soursop leaves, start getting the boy bande, start getting all these different herbs that you know that these islands have, and we're not really privy to. Like it's not something that we can just go to market and get. So now you may find something else on the island that you might start selling even more than Seamoss. Like that's what usually ends up happening to a lot of people. It's like, okay, well, I got Seamoss, but hey, I found this other herb too. And then you find a niche with the other herb, and that's what starts to sell for you.
And you can definitely do a lot to support those communities when you do that, when you expand beyond just the Seamoss, like us with the cocoa sticks. Like we did a lot of bought a lot of cocoa sticks. No one was buying cocoa sticks. And then, you know what I mean? These guys are making now good money because there's I don't really even sell them on the site. I'm doing more just wholesale through people in Toronto that are St. Lucians that found out that I had the cocoa sticks, and they were like, "Oh, send me more, send me more, send me more." And now we're able to go to these communities and say, "Yeah, give us so many cocoa sticks." And they're just like, "Oh, it's great," And it's you're building these industries, and that's what I think is important. You know what I mean? When you're getting in this import export, it's just to spread the love and the abundance. But hey, let's get back to this Seamoss directory. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's touch on this a little bit. So, yeah, where you want to start?
I don't know. Let's show people.
Wide open.
Yeah, people don't even know about it. Well, not people. Some people don't know about it. I'm sure there are people that know, because I remember Tata said that's how she found you.
And see, the funny thing was that, I did I think I made this a year ago, and then I haven't been back to it because I didn't think nobody was going to it.
Mm-hmm.
Really, truly, I would look at it, I'm like, man, ain't nobody coming to this thing, and I just left it alone. I can't remember okay, so this is even crazy is that I would probably erase all these photos.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we can do that.
All new stuff, because really I went through a company on Fiverr and did all the stuff. But after that, I haven't even touched it. You didn't even see the pictures. I don't even think I use them labels anymore.
Yeah.
I think I might switch that label, but yeah, I love the concept though. And so that was the biggest thing about it, is that I just wanted to have a situation where people can come and showcase, and depending on how big of a brand you are is how much you would end up spending. Because if you're a national brand, then you want national advertising and things of that nature, so you spend for national advertising. If you're a local company, then you don't pay anything for being a local company. You just put it on there because you want people to understand that you sell Seamoss and you're in the area.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And one thing that this is good for, beyond just getting the exposure, is that you're going to get, as the more people join the directory, this will rank better on the SEO, and you being linked and advertised will help with your SEO, I guess, juice is what they would call it,
Yeah, and that was another. I think when I started doing it, it was more like an SEO situation, because I understood if I make a Seamoss directory, and if everybody adds to the Seamoss directory, so what happens when you actually put in Seamoss, you're gonna see Amazon, but Seamoss directory is gonna pop up next.
Mm-hmm.
And when Seamoss directory pops up next, then when you pop it up in your area, Anybody that's in your area that's selling Seamoss is gonna pop up. I guess that's the biggest thing for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I think this does rank pretty high on the word CMOS because it's CMOS directory, or it should.
It probably doesn't because I haven't added anything to it for like a whole
Yeah.
year.
Well, if you notice too, there's a lot of ads here, man. Like it's almost like the first page is like majority ads.
That's that we pay a lot of money for Seamoss ads.
Yeah, I know.
Like there's a lot of money being made off of Seamoss ads right now. And the thing about it, okay, so that's another thing that we have to talk about is that I wish there was a marketing and advertising company that dealt with specifically Seamoss.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why is because it's hard to make these ads. It's hard to come up with these concepts because a lot of the marketing and advertising, and especially when you start getting with agencies, a lot of it's more products that are drop ship products that they already have templates for that are easy to just say, oh, we already have we can just slide this template in real quick. Seamoss, you gotta come up with every concept, everything has to be made from scratch. It's like, oh man, that's a lot.
It's not only just the ad that you have to be mindful of; it's the strategy on which you place those ads and how you direct the customer into, you know what I mean, ultimately buying your product, which is what you like converting that into a sale. And one of the things that I've learned and studied is that you almost have to you have to go through that cold audience, warm audience, hot audience funnel, and try to find ways to create ads that identify people that even just have remote interest, and then pull those remote interests into actual interest, and then from that, the people ready to make a purchase.
Now, the funny thing is, I would love to actually have a real conversation about that. Like that's something that, as far as like with me and Seamoss, like as far as the physical and things of that nature, I can get those. But when it comes down to marketing and advertising, like I'm just now learning about the retention and re-engagement and all these phases that you have to go through, the acquisition phase, all these phases that you have to go through, and even what type of ads you're supposed to actually have for these certain positions the level that you're in. Like I just started to learn. I'm like, what? But the funny thing about it is, I'll go like now I actually will look at, like, if I look at commercial, I'm breaking down the commercial. Like I'm breaking down the clips. Like I'm breaking down B-roll. I'm like, it's all these little small things.
Call
like,
to action.
Yeah, like, oh, they use 10 clips, and they put this right here. Like it's really starting to get to the point where it's like I'm just really starting to break them down and start to understand exactly what the concepts is and how they're flowing and what ads make it good. Like, okay, what part of your ad made it good? What got me to the point where I was just stuck on this ad and I wanted to play it over and over again. Yeah, I'm starting to get fascinated with that now because I think that's the next phase.
I find one of the biggest mistakes that I see some of these people make when they put the ads is that they go right for the sale. Do you know what I mean? And the thing is that you don't almost want to be selling your product. If you look at most of my ads and any marketing that I'm putting out, there might be a call to action like at the end or sort of in the middle, but I'm not really pushing any sales tactic like buy my Seamoss or this and this and that. It's just that's my cold ad. That's me kind of like, this is St. Lucia, this and that. The idea is to create curiosity so that you almost will be like, who are these guys? That's why some of the videos, they're so fucked up, because you want to be like, I want to get your attention to be like, who are these guys? And then you look into it. Then you start, getting onto my website. Then you start looking at the pictures of the product. Then you read the reviews. Then you're like, oh, okay, this guy, you know what I mean?
he's pretty cool. He's a decent guy. Let me try his Seamoss. Obviously, he's got good stuff. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like, you got to think about those sort of strategies. You can't just, snap and expect people to see your ad, that one ad, and buy it.
No, like what I've learned is that they say it takes like 5 to 7 times for somebody to see your ad or somebody to see your product
six
or
to
see
nine
your
times.
company for them to
make a decision.
Exactly. And I was like, that's a lot of repetition. Yeah. So once you actually start to understand these things, then you start to realize why people are actually making ads like nonstop to a point where I think this weekend I've touched on like trying to make 5 to 10 ads and run them all at the same time just to see which ones work and what don't work. And even with what creative, what they call creative, what if video work better than still pictures, just little small things of that nature that you start to really, really go through and look at. I don't know. I start to like it now because then it's really, now I'm starting to come up with different photos to do to see what works with the photos. And yeah, it's a, but when it don't work, oh, it gets expensive.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the trick. First of all, one of the things you want to do, some of the things you don't want to do is use the boost campaign in the ads or whatever.
Yeah.
You want to learn, you want to get in the back end and learn Facebook Manager and stuff. And then you also want to figure out what's called a ROAS. Are you familiar with ROAS, Rick?
Yeah, return on
ad spend.
Ad spend. Yep. That's actually the only thing I worry about now.
That's the only thing you should worry about. Because at the end of the day, if you're running $10,000 worth of ads and your ROAS is 6, you're going to do $60,000. You know what I mean? For every dollar you spend, you're going to get $6 worth of sales. And that's really what matters. And you need to have that metric to understand whether or not you're above your budget or below your budget. You know what I mean? And then I find the first phase ads, you want them to be as cheap as possible. Go into the ad manager and set the bidding low, because it's not so much about hitting every single person, but hitting a lot of people cheaply, right?
Exactly.
You don't need to be number one at that stage. You don't need to be the first one to be seen on your ad, but you need to have your ad shown, right? So you do that cheap ad, and then you use that to create an audience to run your second stage of ads. Those are the ads where you put a little bit more explaining of who you are and what you do. You know what I mean? A bit of company information and stuff like that, right? Then you take the audience that sort of reacted positively to those ads and you run the sales ads to them. That's the call to action. That's where I want to buy now. Or you might do a couple more steps beyond that to get to that. But the point is that you do 2 or 3 to get to wheel them down to where you get the small capture of market. And that's where you spend your money on the ads. That's when you kind of like, you're not afraid to spend $1 or $2 because these guys are going to be the highly conversion because you've already brought them through that funnel of teaching them, are you interested in Seamoss? Yes. Okay, well, here's Ricky Ray's Seamoss, and this is what we do. Are you positive interested in that? Yes. Okay, well, now you're ready to be sold. You know what I mean? Buy this package. Here you go, blah, blah, blah. If you did it to this wide area group that's expensive ads, you're going to run out of money.
Right about that. Yep. That's the biggest thing.
That's some game right there. So what's the interval space in between like starting like the cheap ad and then moving on to the next phase? Like, is it like a certain amount of time in between doing each one? Or what do you gauge that? Use the gauge the time?
I know a lot of people do the week process, so they'll actually run an ad for a week to see how it engages. And then a lot of people will do audience test. Like, okay, so the biggest thing that I see right now is finding the right audience.
Mm-hmm.
Is the audience is really who you're gonna pinpoint. I used to do vast audiences. Now I really try to like pinpoint a certain audience, like really, really pinpoint, and make ads specifically for those audiences that I'm pinpointing. And now it's to the point where I think I have like 5 to 10 audiences that are somewhat good, and then now I just try to mimic to where if it's working, I keep it working, and then I'll kind of put some different creatives, put a couple different photos, see if those work, and really what it is I'm just testing my return on ad spend and see if I can keep a return on ad spend to be at a certain point. Now let me ask you a question, Julien. As far as with your return on ad spend, what do you try to have it top around? Like, what is your average return on ad spend that you're looking at?
So to be quite honest, I haven't been running ads for probably 6 months. Back when I was doing them in March, April, I was getting anywhere from I think 5 to like 30 on some. You know what I mean? Like quite a bit. Yeah. Like and that's why you got to do all the testing, because sometimes you can run an ad that costs you like 30 cents and it's going to key in a lot of sales. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I know when I do get a good ROAS and I see it converting, I fucking spend the fuck out of it.
You turn it up. You turn it all the way up. I duplicate. You duplicate it. Keep on. Okay, that one. I'm gonna duplicate it. I'm gonna keep on running. Keep on running it.
Yeah. I would, and I would just, sometimes I would spend $300-$400 a day on ads. You know what I mean? To run that conversion.
Run it up. You find one and you run it up. Like that's really what it is. Is that it's like you find the right audience.
Yes.
And when you find the right audience, then it's like run up time. It's like oh, I found the audience, run it up. Boom.
Boom, boom. Scale it.
Yeah, and then you might come up with different creatives. Like, okay, so I always do I like doing creative. I like to do a man creative, and I like to do a woman creative. Yeah. And so I see which ones hit, and women's normally hit harder than men. I'm gonna be truthful. Like, yeah, like she said, women are shoppers, and that's why. So the women creators are always like mostly what I'm going for now. It's kind of like it'll actually have a little bit of man in it, but it's mostly just pretty much structured around women.
Yeah, makes sense. I think next Wednesday, what I'll do is between now, I'm going to go look into my ad account, because I would pull it up right now, but there's part of me that says, okay, what if there's some sensitive information that I don't want the whole world to see? So I want to kind of clean it out, make sure it's good, but I'll take you guys in and show you some of the past ads when I was running them, what kind of ROAS I was getting, and just look at some of them weren't that complicated ads. Some of them were just pictures of Seamoss and some videos, you know what I mean? And it got people interested in it. But one of the best sort of, I think, returns that I've gotten is really just going on Instagram and liking people's pages. You know what I mean? Like, it takes a little bit of work, but if you don't have the budget to actually spend, you do that. You just and I just carpet bomb it. Bing, 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 bing. I pick like a hashtag, Seamoss gel wholesalers or Seamoss gel for sale. So, and then what happens is that a lot of these guys don't get likes on their page. So when I don't know about you guys, when someone likes my page, I'm like, who's liking my page? And I'll look and see who that person is. And then that's when they see me and they're like, bam, fucking St.Lucian Seamoss. And then, every so often someone will, message me and say, hey, do you got Seamoss for? And I will know that it was from me liking those pages. And I also think it's good for the algorithm, because as you're more engaged and more on the platform, Instagram will notice this and start wanting to, keep you there and put more incentives to make you, want to stick in, because it's all about time on their platform that they're reaching for.
Yeah, definitely. I don't really go on Instagram. I go on there to find inspiration. Like, I'll go in there and look at reels all day, really for the audio.
Hey, Julien.
Yes.
I'm gonna call you tomorrow about what we was talking about, and then Rick, I'm gonna hit you tomorrow to get the information on the labels. Your guy.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, but I gotta get out here. I told myself 3 hours tonight. We write it.
And he put himself on the chat, but I see him too. I see his face look.
Yeah. No, Look, I'm
Well,
pacing myself. You know?
Said she needs the link.
yeah, I'm sending it right now. And to be honest, in the interest and the respect of everybody, I've decided that 1 o'clock is going to be our hard close because it fucks my day up. It really does.
Yeah. Like
But I
I
still
think
powder after this. I'm gonna turn this into powder, and then I'm gonna do some capsules. So I'm not sure when I'm gonna be done. But like,
no, I'm actually still good. I mean, I had a great weekend, man. But you know, I appreciate being able to sit on this platform with y'all, man, and all the game, man, that y'all giving up, man, and the guidance and the wisdom and all that. So, I'm gonna keep being here for it. You know what I'm saying? And
that,
and,
Oh,
and look forward to Wednesday. But I'm gonna be in touch with both of y'all tomorrow outside of this platform, man. And whatever I miss, I catch on the replay, or y'all can fill me in when I get with y'all tomorrow.
all
yeah,
right. Sounds good.
yeah. Mark, that boy is.
All right, man. I'll talk to y'all in a minute, man.
All right, man.
All
Yeah,
right. Sounds
All
good.
right, peace.
So, hey, as we were talking, Rick, earlier about audiences, one thing you could do if you ever start using that Klaviyo on your Shopify is you
yeah,
can actually export your previous customer list into an email that you can import into Facebook and use those as targeting audiences, and then also create lookalike audiences like there. So that's another audience you might want to play with, because these are actually audiences that have been proven to buy from you. So you can actually like send direct marketing to your previous customer list, but also create new customers based on the demographics of your already proven to buy from you customer list. And from someone, I'm sure you have a huge list if you were to import it into the Klaviyo. And Klaviyo will actually pull in all the data that you've had on Shopify from day one.
yeah. I do use Clay, but I actually bought an app. Well, I use an app that. So once you start running ads, they kind of take your ads and they take all your collective, they take all your creatives, and they'll
Yeah.
tell you return on the ad spend for this creative is, and then they'll take your words, and they'll take all your insights and stuff like that and everything, and they just say, okay, and
Wow.
you can start matching up all your ads. So say it was an old creative that was good, but you just had some messed up words to go along with it. And so they're
Hmm.
like, oh, you want to take these words right here and put it with this ad right here, and then that's gonna pop. So I've
Yeah.
been using that lately, which I love because it makes it a lot. It really makes it simple. It's like, okay, in return, it shows you all the return on ad spend that
Hmm.
you've gotten, and so then you start to look to see, okay, so this creative works.
Yeah.
So once you start realizing what creative works, then you say, okay, well, let me see what I can actually turn. Let me see if I can turn the AdWords on to this, and see if I can drop the AdWords in here, and how these AdWords hit. And then if that
Hmm.
works, then you just add another one. If that, oh, I got it. This one's gonna work, and
Hmm.
that you kind of
Oh,
use.
wow. Nice. Yeah, I gotta explore maybe some apps like that. I've actually been thinking about even hiring a company to do some of the creative writing and build some of the campaigns out, even just to see how they build the campaigns. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna send you this link to this app that I'm using, because they actually do that as well. Like,
Yeah.
will make your creative for you. I haven't used it yet because I really just started getting into this app. Um,
Hmm.
but it was one of those situations that they'll actually do your creative for the whole entire month, and they just charge you a monthly fee. But
Yeah, that might be
straight
good.
on file for you. I'm like, and I always say, you know what? If it actually is going to save me a lot of time and money, I want to do it. But
Hmm.
I'll kind of go through the process with them for a while. I'll kind of use the app, and then I'll go in. I'll have them do one creative for me. And then once I do the creative and see how that works, then I'll see if I want to hire them for like the month.
Hmm.
Love
That's
Fiverr,
good to test them out.
love Fiverr, so it's hard for me to go away from Fiverr for any.
Fiverr's a good place to get a lot of good work done cheap. So somebody was just saying, where do you guys use your ads? Just Facebook and Instagram? Where do you use your ads, Rick?
I'm like you. Like I wasn't running ads for a while. Like I just started running ads again just because I wanted to study it and kind of learn more and have fun with creatives. Like once I start reading about it and things of that nature, then I'm like, okay, let me figure it out on my own. So my whole thing was I was happy with not running ads. Like I'm like, okay, not running ads. I'm still doing good. It's
Save
just
some money.
yeah.
They're expensive.
The reason why is because I didn't know what I was doing all the way, and so when you're doing all the way, like you will spend a lot of money.
Yes.
Spend a ton of money really quick, and you'll start like, what happened? And then so okay, and then a lot of times like you'll hire some people that say that they know how to run ads,
and they don't know.
They don't know how to run Seamoss ads. Okay, so it's totally different from having drop shipping ads and things of that nature that you already have creatives for. Like you already have pictures, you already have stock photos for a lot of these things, so it's easy to run those type of ads. But if you come into an industry where there's no blueprint.
Yeah.
Like, there's not a blueprint that says this works and this works. You have to figure it out. And so if you're not somebody that's spending time on figuring it out and like I know when somebody's gonna work or not with me, because if they don't tell me, hey, I think you need to make a picture like this so I can do this. Like if you don't tell me that, like as a creative, as somebody that I'm using as far as to make my ads for me, I know that we're probably not gonna work right. Because there's certain, like I've only made a couple photos that I know there's some photos that I need that are right. And if you don't say, hey, you need this type of photo, I'm like, see what? You don't even understand what
do you
don't even understand what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, you think everything's all gonna come out of a template.
Yes. Hey Tata.
Hey Tata, what's up, Queen?
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Good. Thanks for joining
wonderful. How you doing?
You don't want to know. I am tired.
I know. Hey, what was it? 28 days you've been pushing or something?
No, I've been working since Thursday. Thursday I pulled a 16, and Friday 12, Saturday 12, and today 12, and I got to be to the airport at 4:00 in the morning.
Woo! That's called doing it.
Well, I'm kicking everybody out at 1:00 for sure.
So okay, so I got what? 11 minutes.
20 minutes. 20 minutes. We were talking about jail. You know what I'm saying? So while you on here, yes, I just want to pick your brain about jail. So so I've been onto your site, but I'm just gonna go to people that haven't been onto your site. So what are all gels that you sell?
I have soursop, I have mango, I have banana, I have strawberry, I do a wild berry, blueberry. What else I got? Did I say banana?
Yeah. I think so. So banana. Yep, that was after
pineapple. Pineapple is my art nemesis.
That's the hardest one. Yeah, I think I remember you talking about
acidity. Is it because of the acidity? Yeah.
Yes, and when it mixes with the agave nectar, it starts to ferment after a while.
Oh, okay. So that's the next question. Is that with the flavored gel, when you ship out the flavored gel, do you see that there, as far as time wise, that it will start going bad, or has anybody said anything about?
Nobody has said anything. I had an issue shipping to Florida, and I've been shipping for 2 years now, and I've only had 2 issues in reference to moss, and 2 with shipping. So
that's excellent. That's excellent.
Yeah, I'm gonna knock on wood because I'm kind of anal about certain things.
Yes.
So if I don't want something a certain way, I don't want to give it to somebody else a certain way. So I have a lot of high standards. So I just want to make sure I make it right.
So as far as with the shipping, does that necessarily go as far as shipping being more expensive, or
Yeah.
as it should be?
Yeah. So my flat rate shipping fee is $10. So if it
Actually,
ends
that's
up being
good.
under, that's good. If it ends up being more, I know a lot of people wouldn't do it, but I eat the cost. So I'm not, to me, it's not like, oh, I got to get this. It's all about a hustle. It's not. I didn't start selling CMOS to hustle. I started selling CMOS because my Facebook friends was like, what is this you keep posting on Facebook? What is this you mixing up? What you got going on? What's going on with your hair? What's going on with your nails? Why you
Yeah.
don't look your age? Like, you losing weight. What's going on with everything? And I'm like, I'm just doing this and I changed the way I eat. So they was like, can you sell it? And I'm like, okay. But then I started learning even more, and I'm like, oh, this ain't the stuff I'm supposed to be using. And then I found you on that CMOS directory because I Googled, because I know there are directories when it comes down to Black physicians, Black psychiatrists,
Yes.
Black dentists. So there's all sorts of those directories that we don't know about, especially if you're attached to your local chamber of commerce. That's a whole nother set of listings that a lot of people don't know because they're, running a hustle, don't have an LLC, don't have an EIN. So they don't know those particulars that they need in order
Yes.
to get into the view of other people. Everything else is like, yo, can I get this? But when you want it legitimate, then you do it the correct way. Then you don't mind investing in your business because it's a business, it's not a hustle.
Definitely. Yes. Yes. But you said $10 for shipping. Actually, $10 is actually excellent for shipping.
Yeah, that's my flat rate fee.
I know there's a lot of people that are paying $15 and $20 for their shipping, and
I believe it.
So they might actually have their CMOS for $15 rate, but then at the end of the day, you end up paying $35 to $45 for it. Which I'm gonna be truthful. If you're paying $35 for CMOS gel, I still think that you're getting a deal.
But in all actuality, I lost a customer because somebody sells their CMOS at, I think it's $34.99, $35.99, and it was my uncle. So he's all about saving a dime. I didn't get upset. What I did is when he told me about the company that he was purchasing his CMOS from, because he wasn't purchasing for me anymore because I didn't offer any discounts. I'm not Amazon.
Yeah.
Okay. So I went and researched them. I went and looked on their page. I clicked on everything. Guess what? He was still paying the same $10 shipping fee. It was just equated into the price because my $25 16-ounce gel that had the $10 shipping came out to $35, where visually he saw free shipping $34.99. That still equaled out to $35. You still pay for that shipping.
I never get that with some customers, how they just, you know what I mean? Their mind.
It's the wordplay. Like, I didn't understand the wordplay. Like, I started looking at I'm like, man, these, like, even with okay, so I always look at the measurements of what's in the bag. And so you'll see people that actually, their wordplay is phenomenal when it comes to weight. Like, they don't be
they'll
net
throw them
weight.
grams in there, so you think you're getting a lot. No.
Yeah.
You better convert it over to
ounces. I was like, I can't remember what the company is. I probably don't even want to put them out there, but they were getting so many people. And I was like, oh, I said, you got 3 points.
It's basically common sense because, like, I'm drinking this water, right? This water says it's 16.9 fluid ounces, 1 pint, 0.9 fluid ounces, 500 milliliters. So, I mean, you sound like you're getting a lot. You're still getting 16 ounces.
Exactly.
Hey, I got someone that joined in on on Clubhouse. Their name's Coco. I want to give them an opportunity if they want to ask any questions or something, or join in on the conversation. We're talking about.
Good evening. Not too sure what time it is there.
It is here. It's 12:45 Eastern Standard Time. What time is it for you, Ricky? You're in Atlanta, right?
Yep, it's 12:45 as well. Eastern.
Pardon?
We Easter.
What?
Okay, all good. I've just, well, 3 days ago, I landed in Jamaica.
Oh, nice. So you're in Jamaica right now?
That's correct, yeah.
Oh,
I'm
lucky
just,
you.
chilling out in Jamaica. From London. I'm living in London at the moment.
Cool. Did you
Yeah,
have
so,
questions about Seamoss or?
yes, well, I've just joined on the conversation, so I wasn't too sure what you guys were all talking about at present. But I've been listening in from since I joined Clubhouse. That's the main thing I've been listening on to is Seamoss. It's been the whole journey for me since I got into Seamoss. Is just everything is about Seamoss now. It's unreal.
Oh yeah.
It just seems to
Yeah.
take over.
Welcome to the Seamoss life.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be in the Seamoss Lab. I'm just wondering why I wasn't in there time ago.
Well, everything happens at the right time, for
That's
the right thing.
exactly right. I totally agree with that because even just tonight I went to find something to eat and I'm vegan. I just specialize in everything organic and vegan. And I went walking to a restaurant tonight and found a restaurant where the lady is actually looking to do different things on the menu. She's just purchased this big property by the seafront and she doesn't know what to do with it, but she's got a little restaurant on the
Those
side.
are nice.
It says a juice bar.
Nice.
So I'll be having a lot of Seamoss juices at the seafront. I'm in Hanover, in Jamaica, Hanover Parish. It's a sea coast parish. Parish, yeah. It's really really quiet. A lot of Seamoss that is here. I mean, there's a lot of confusion, which I've spoken to a lot of people in the little time that I've been here about the Irish moss and the Seamoss. Because Jamaica is known for their Seamoss, but of course they call it the Irish moss. Well, not even moss, it's mosh.
Mosh.
Yeah, they call it Irish mosh, which I've had a lot of explaining to do and just correct them because they're stuck on that idea that
Don't do that.
of it and what they have here in their waters
Don't do it.
mosh.
Yes. You hear Tata saying, "Be careful," because some of these Jamaicans, I know
They
what
get
he's.
very aggressive and hostile. Don't do it. Not in their country. They may run you out.
They don't like being corrected.
Nope.
That's exactly true. But you see, what it is with me, I've studied food all my life, and I'm a qualified chef, fully qualified. I've done
They
environmental
don't care. They don't care.
Pardon?
She's saying they don't care.
No. I mean, whatever they care about is whatever they care about. I mean, I care because I've actually studied all that. So it's about knowledge. I mean, what they have in their head is where it's from. Wherever it's from, it's not scientifically proven or anything. There's no facts there. So they could argue that fact all they want until they're blue in the face.
They will.
Yeah, and they can because
They will be purple in the face.
yes, purple like the Seamoss.
Yeah. It would be like trying to convince the Republicans that Trump he was wrong the whole entire time. I wouldn't even do it. I wouldn't even waste the energy.
That's exactly no, but you see what it is, right? My energy comes in being creative because, as I says, I'm a chef and I'm always productive. So it's about doing and putting it out there with the information alongside with it because that's what it takes. Because my parents are Jamaican and that's what I've grown with. I know it's how hard it is to penetrate that exterior and what they've already got set. The mindset is a killer.
Yes.
The mindset is killing them. The mindset is causing diabetes. They don't want to listen to it, even though when you explain about the yam, which is turn into carbohydrates and sugar in your body, they don't. They want to see it before they can believe it. That's what I see here. And like with my own parents, they won't believe until they see with their own eyes.
Yeah. When the time is right,
And that's what I'm actually bringing to Jamaica, because my company is the Moscow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that. And you make drinks, right? Or you make gel? Oh, I don't know if you heard me, but Ricky, we got a question here where it says, "Do you make your CMOS host with dehydrated CMOS powder?"
Yes, most of them. Actually, baby, you've been using freeze dried, haven't you? Actually, she's been using freeze dried. I just, I make powder and she takes it.
Yeah, that's it. He does it.
So no, she's been actually using the freeze dried sea moss powder to make the soaps.
Wicked.
Yeah, she likes to freeze dry more than she likes to dehydrate it.
So we're getting down to like the last 10 minutes. Is there anything you
Okay.
guys want to talk about?
So I want to go back to the inboxes that I sent you.
Yeah.
Now, that video blew my mind when I saw that, because that sea moss was not attached to any rock anywhere. It was burrowed in the sand like most plants. And that was in Morocco.
And I mean, they sometimes plant. I'm going to pull the screen up to share it. They sometimes there's a technique where they plant the sea moss like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Here's the video right here.
Somebody says, "What is?"
But there's some rocks that it's underneath right there.
Is that, look at the second video I sent you.
Okay.
I don't know what that is. Pull up the second video.
That's a bit of like a coral rock.
Yeah,
That does look like a rock, but I think those are from two different places. Those videos are from two different places.
Okay, so this is the other video.
No, that's the same video.
Okay, so let me pull.
No, you have to go to your inbox.
Okay, I'm going back to my inbox here. So which one is it? This one?
No, it should be the last one.
The last one.
The last video I sent you.
There's one. Is this it? Seamoss gel recipe.
We haven't seen
That was the group. You showed me a group.
Yes, it's because it was shared in the Seamoss group, not that one. Click on the.
Oh, I have to join the group in order for it to work.
Oh, dang. Okay.
Because you have the link there, but then it says join group. This post is hidden. So let me see if they'll like give me a quick join. I'm going to join Julien.
Somebody seen the soap. Oh, you were looking at this. Okay, so this is. Let me tell y'all something about the soap. I didn't mean to cut y'all off either, because I was just reading one of these comments.
You fine.
So my wifey, she actually has her own soap company and her own website, and so actually, like, my soaps are somewhat like the. Her soaps are better than my soaps. I just say it like that. I'm just gonna be like, no, like, yours are more creative. Like, you put creative art into your soap. I just tell you, hey, can you make me a soap with this, and this in it? And you, so mine are really just kind of men soaps. Like, I need this, and this, and put it in a massage bar. Her soaps are actually like really, really creative. Hold on. So like, this is one of her soaps. Now,
hang on, let me reduce the screen so you can see it better.
Yeah, this actually smells wonderful. Mm-hmm. And I keep on smelling it. And then this is the reason why I like it so much, is because she put black soap in it. Like, I love black soap. Like, I'm like one of them black soap fanatics.
Mm-hmm.
So she put black soap in it. So I think she's doing, like, she does a lot of customs for people. So people will call her and be like, hey, can you make me a soap that has this in it? So she started dealing with a couple companies that will call her and do those.
And she does that cold press?
No, she does melt and pour.
Oh, okay.
Like, And it really, I like melt and pour better because it's a quicker scenario. Like I don't want somebody waiting for like a month or so to get some soap. So melt and pour is like bang, and it just goes through the same process. It's just really what it is. You're just paying for the process.
And you know what, the using the powder would be really good because when I've explored the cold press, it's always been using the liquid sea moss in it to sort of add that stuff to it. So the powder would I could see be like it marry very well and keep a good balance for the pour because my experience and knowledge learning about the different types of ways to make soap is that with the melt and pour, you have to be very mindful of what you add to it because you could offset the ability for it to kind of maintain its consistency by adding too much liquid or not a balance.
Exactly.
CMOS powder, you eliminate that need to worry about that.
Yeah, like that's. I think when we first started off, we did a couple that had gel in them. And I think it was a hair product that we had gel in and it went bad. After that, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Like
Did you keep it in the refrigerator?
Okay, so we had some in the refrigerator. No, the first time we didn't have them in the refrigerator, and it went bad. So it lasted long. It lasted for about a week to 2 weeks, but then it started going bad. And when I see mold on something, that just is a whole nother different level of.
Especially on a shampoo or something like that.
Yeah, like I was about to dig it in my hair. I was like, oh, and I looked. I said, oh, and yeah. So, and then you start looking up vitamin E oil and things of that nature that help you radish roots, and like she got all these different alternatives to keep it going. But the powder portion, that like when we started doing the powder form, we never had any issues after that.
So someone wants you to show the soap again. They said they haven't seen it on your
Yeah.
website.
Okay, so that soap is not on my website. You'll never
His
see that
soap
on my
has
website.
the nodes on it that kind of work the cellulite.
Yeah, I actually so this is the thing. This is the way that you can tell the difference. Like all my soaps are gonna be massage bars. Besides my black soap in the bag, all her soaps are gonna be real fancy. Is that how you say it? I want to be as professional as possible. Her soaps are gonna be real exquisite.
Exquisite.
that is. Her soap is gonna be real exquisite. No, so
exquisite and sophisticated.
So what I'll say is, okay, I you probably should get on this since you're on the Seamoss Buyer Club and just drop your link in. Yeah. So drop your link in so they know where to get your soaps at. Because I don't think so she doesn't really she's worse than me as far as advertising and marketing and stuff like that. Like she had a whole site and she does a little bit of marketing and advertising, but she actually has these certain customers that come and buy from her. So she's kind of she's okay.
Yeah, she keeps
but
her busy.
And then so this is another thing. So she'll market advertise. I think a lot of people don't understand that she actually makes these soaps to sell to people that actually already have companies that actually just want to resell her soaps. And so I guess it's getting to the point where we just want to let everybody know is that everything we have is for resale. I won't even say wholesale anymore. I just say it's for resale. Yeah. Y'all resell these products. Like y'all come get them to us for the cheap, and then y'all go ahead and resell them back out.
And sometimes when it comes to scaling, that could be like, how do you say it? Like that's the more economical way or more efficient way to do it instead of you spending hours in your own kitchen. Like I said it earlier, everybody's trying to build their own ship. Sometimes, you know what I mean? You can
we got to build together.
Yeah, we got to all build together so that we can grow together. Because otherwise it's too fragmented. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's, only, making 10 soaps. But if you had one guy that was making 1,000 soaps, it'll be cheaper for him to make those 1,000 soaps than you trying to make your 10 soaps that take you hours to make. You know what I mean? Yeah. All the mess and the cleanup.
Yeah, I don't do nothing with soaps anymore. Like I think I came up with like 1 or 2 soaps to start off with, and then I just passed the baton. I was like, this is not for me.
Well, that's the thing. Certain products you should make yourself, like the gels and stuff like that, because it's it goes bad. But when it comes to the soaps, you know what I mean, and you get one that lasts and it's shelf stable, you know what I mean. Why it doesn't make sense for you to make it yourself when you have
Yeah,
someone that
buddy.
knows what they're
Oh,
doing? As long as they make it the way you like it, you know what I
So,
mean.
since you're gonna get your sea moss from Julien, can I get my freeze dried fruit from you?
yeah. Like that's actually I need to do, and so I
We
actually
were
want to do
talking about
sour
this.
sop. Like that's the first thing I'm gonna start freeze drying sour sop.
Oh
Uh-huh.
my gosh.
So yeah, I'm gonna freeze dry some sour sop. Um, and I'm probably gonna come to y'all to help me out with this because I have a lot of ideas that I want to
Oh,
make
and I
something.
forgot dragon fruit. I don't know why dragon
Oh
fruit slipped my
yeah,
mind.
I'm not gonna. You know what though? I'm not gonna say what I want to say right now because somebody gonna
Don't,
take my idea.
don't.
So I'm gonna come to y'all after this. I got something for y'all to see if y'all can help me out with it. Um,
Okay.
but if I say it on here, somebody will have it done in like the next couple of days, and I'll be mad.
What is the reason
I'll
why
be
you're
mad about that
using?
one. I'll be mad about it if I say this. And
Hold on
somebody.
a second, Ricky. Coco wanted to ask a question. What did you want to ask quickly?
Yeah, sorry, I got, my battery dropped out, so I
That's good.
just charged back up. Yeah, back in the house now. So, what is the reason why you're using freeze dried fruit?
What's that?
What?
What is the yeah?
What?
Why is the reason why you use the freeze dried fruit?
For a longer shelf life because fresh fruit spoils.
Yes,
Yeah, one of the
got you.
biggest complaints when people are
It's a
talking about
smoothie.
gel.
You're just making a
Yeah.
smoothie and you want the smoothie to last more than a couple of days. It ain't happening.
Oh, it's a smoothie that you're making with the dried fruit, the freeze dried
No,
fruit.
I was being facetious. When
What?
you use fresh fruit to make when you use fresh fruit to make a sea moss gel, when you buy strawberries, how long does your strawberries last in the refrigerator?
Well, I eat mine as soon as I get them because they're organic. I don't refrigerate them. I don't refrigerate my strawberries because I only eat organic fruits and vegetables.
Okay, so how long does your fruit last? So just think if you take your fruit and process it with sea moss, and you make the gel, you're basically making something similar to a smoothie, and you want it to last 14 days. If it lasts that long, you can't do that with fresh fruit. I've done it. It doesn't work, and nobody can make me think any different. It didn't work for me.
So, is the majority of people going to the freeze dried then?
A lot of people didn't know it. I put it out there because it's a jewel. I'm just giving people options. This is what I
Yes,
use. It worked for me. My customers love
yes,
it. It doesn't go bad other than the pineapple. But hey, I'm trying to help everybody else come up. I'm not a crab. I'm not in a barrel. I'm not trying to pull anybody down. I'm
yes.
trying to help us all grow.
No, I agree with you because I started off with the freeze dried fruits from Switzerland and some other European countries that specialize in these freeze dried. So 1 teaspoon is coming up to about a lot of grams of blueberries, for instance. So you're really powering the actual sea moss again with added antioxidants through the powdered fruits with
Yep. And it
the
doesn't take away from the volume of the sea moss either because the powdered fruit
no,
actually
that's correct.
absorbs the sea moss. And the state that I live in, they're very anal about strawberries because it has to be done
Okay.
in a certified kitchen through the North Carolina Department of Agriculture. And I'm not messing with the people with the
Uh-huh.
alphabets because I don't have the money to pay the fees and fines to go with it.
But you're looking
That's
certified.
great. Uh, you know
He
what
asked,
though?
"How did you get your kitchen certified?"
You can do a home base and the health department can come out and certify you, but it's like a lot of things that go with that cottage law. You cannot own
Yeah.
any animals. You cannot own any
What?
animals.
Sorry.
And
You
people
can't.
still do it and have animals. It's illegal.
Oh, to like have pets at your place if you're opening the kitchen and that.
Yeah.
Or right. I would understand. I mean, in the UK, we can register a kitchen to make certain produce, but it just depends if it's animal produce or you're using dead animal flesh. Whereas with the sea moss, what I've found, you don't even really need to register because you can do it as cosmetics.
Mm-hmm. Now,
even sending it. I mean, if they needed a registration, like a simple basic food handling certificate, because if they come down and say that it's food,
and it's best to have that, what you're talking about, that basic food handling 101. If they don't have that, you shouldn't want anything from them. I took food production management for 2 years, and if they do not know how to properly handle food and the temperature that it's allowed to sit out and how long it's allowed to sit out before it goes bad, and you introduce bacteria into other people's stomach. I've had H. pylori bacterial infection in my intestines. It's not fun.
That's right. That's right. I mean, when it comes down to the microbiology side of all of it and everything, I mean, there's a lot to understand, because when you actually, I mean, what I've heard on here, a lot of people are not cooking the sea moss.
No.
And I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, from my side of things, I mean, I've heard there was a, I don't know if it was your channel, the Seamoss Monk channel,
yeah,
or somewhere else that I heard it, or if it was on there and somebody was speaking about not cooking the sea moss and that, about the nutrients and all of that type of thing. But I've always known that the nutrients are not destroyed from cooking sea moss, because my mother was making Irish moss gel and bone broth gels and all of that. They call it cow foot jelly.
Yep. My dad loves that shit.
Yes, and that was when I was. Pardon?
Cowfoot soup. We used to have like every Sunday morning.
The cowfoot stew. I remember that. We call it sticky meat because it goes all sticky, doesn't it?
Yeah, when you let cool down,
and
it turns
sticky
into
on your lips.
Gelatin.
Because it gelatinizes the cartilage.
But the soup is badass. Sorry to interrupt. I just remembered.
That's okay. That's no problem.
And they have dumplings and
Yes, I'm thinking about it now, but because I'm vegan and all of that, so I mean, it was always.
You have a flashbacks.
That's what he said.
But it's kind of like what they used to do as well is just boil the bones, the cow foot bones, and make the jelly from the bones.
Mm-hmm.
Which from there you get in all the nutrition. I mean, it's highly nutritional, that cow foot jelly. I mean, I don't know if you guys know about the flax jelly.
No, I've never heard about flax jelly.
With the flax seed?
Pardon?
With the flax seed?
That's correct. Yeah, the linseed, the flax seed.
Mm-hmm. And it makes a wonderful hair gel.
That's correct. You got it.
He's like, take that note there. You hear that?
Yeah, you can do it with flax seed and chia seed.
Yes, I mean the flax jelly. I mean that because everyone's focused on the sea moss and the Irish moss, but what I'm used to is the Irish moss and the flaxseed mixed and boiled and blended together to make the Irish moss drink.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I do now, because all the sea moss and Irish moss that I use, I cook it. And reason being, I understand that the digestive system, I mean, the cellular wall of most plants, and especially these sea plants, the sea vegetables and seaweeds, is very fibrous. It's very tough for the digestive system to break it down. And I always wondered why, like, my parents were always boiling it. And me as a chef, I had the impression that once you boil flaxseed, you destroy the volatile oils.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the way. It's the opposite. I had to undo a lot of what I'd learned and realize that, like, even in nature, I mean, if you look at a rose, in New York, I see roses in temperatures of like -degrees and wonder how are they surviving, because we as humans, we're just freezing in that temperature. Mm-hmm. And it's all ice and the flowers are still just blooming. And then when I understand how the sea moss is boiling in the water, or even the Irish moss, I get to understand that it's necessary for the heat to be present to break down the actual cellular wall of especially with the carrageenan. Mm-hmm. It's the carrageenan which makes it all elasticy and all of that, and it gels it all up. And for the heat process, which I find when it's put to the sea moss through the hot water and the heat, and it's boiled and breaks it down, we find once you make the gel with the actual cooked sea moss or Irish moss, when it enters into the body, it enters into the body easier. There's not a issue with the digestive system to break it down because of that cellular wall. And I've tried it because I've got the Vitamix blender, the top of the range one. Yeah. And I've blended my Seamoss in there, the A35000I or something it is. It's the latest one that is there. And with this Seamoss raw in there, I find it still wasn't as it comes down in the body. To break that down with the Vitamix and then consume it, the body still is breaking down those, because the blender, no matter how powerful the blender is, blender's just chopping up food. Yeah. Yeah, it's just chopping up food, full stop. And then even, I don't know if you guys are doing fermentations.
No, I'm not.
No Scoobies. No Scoobies over here.
Well, I started fermenting Seamoss.
Oh.
Really?
Yep. And what the fermentation process does, it brings, I mean, if you ferment any food, it boosts nutritional content, right? And then it down, I mean, if you with the alcohol, because that's what I use the Jamaican rum.
Wow.
And I use the Jamaican rum and I fermented it with apple.
Oh.
And apple and honey. And I only used that just before I left the UK to come to Jamaica, because I made a big batch of sorrel. I make purple sorrel and ginger Seamoss drink. And it's blended with the Jamaican one, because I'll just keep it Jamaican. I know, like, because it's purple and it goes with that and everything. But that's when I find certain sea mosses. I mean, that purple one, you don't really need to put that to heat. It's not necessary, because it just fizzles out anyway, even in the blender. But I find with the St.Lucian, is kind of, for me to blend that in the Vitamix and then consume it, my body is breaking it down. It's having a job to break it down.
Yeah, it needs some.
Yeah. And then with the Condus crispus type, I find, because that's the type that I've seen when I was growing up. We never, in the UK, we never seen the St.Lucian Seamoss. Like, I mean, I'm coming up to 50 now, and I never seen St.Lucian Seamoss until present days.
Yeah.
I've only seen the Condus crispus, but I don't even think that was the real Condus crispus, because this was being sold in shops where black people would go buying their Caribbean food, and this would be found in a packet on the shelf. It doesn't even have the origin, where it's from, and traceability.
I was just talking about that the last video we did.
Okay.
When I went to the Jamaicans and they said it came from New York, it didn't come from Jamaica.
You see, it's crazy, right? Yeah. I mean, they don't really, because it's the lack of the understanding. I mean, out here, I think that they just know that it's just good for high blood pressure and diabetes, and that is it. They don't really know the ins and outs of what Seamoss is really doing, because they can't distinguish between the scientific types, the scientific names. They can't distinguish between the species, and because of that, it causes a lot of wrong information coming out of their mouth when they want to talk about the Seamoss that they have in there. I mean, how can you be calling Seamoss Irish moss, and Irish moss only grows in Ireland? You see, so for me, even with my parents, as I said, it's a bit hard to break that barrier. So I found I have to just put myself out there and create the things that I'm actually creating, because I'm taking the Jamaican cuisines and Seamossing them up. Yeah, and it's mainly like with that one from St. Lucia, because I find with that gel it's easy to work with, and people are buying 16 ounces of that gel here for 1,800 Jamaican dollars. in this parish that I'm in, and it's just the plain Seamoss for that
Now,
price.
what is that currency in US dollars?
In US, 1,000 Jamaican is 1,000 Jamaican is £5, and then in US dollars that comes up to about 1,000 comes up to about £4, £3, $3.50.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a very big conversion.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Oh yeah, Jamaican dollar is like highly inflated.
Yes, I mean 5,000 Jamaican dollars. I get £24. So US dollar is around about in between £21. I mean $21. Sorry.
Wow.
That sounds sort of
What?
close to the Kenyan shillings.
All right. Okay. Okay. But basically, what I've seen, I think they're just being ripped off here, like with everything else, for Seamoss and the Seamoss gels. And in this parish that I am in, it's not here. It's all going like to Kingston and the big shops. Where I mean, I don't know if they're selling gels in the shops, or I think they're selling the moss. But they're saying it's 1,800 for a bag of Seamoss. I purchased purple Seamoss from Jamaica. It's been sent to London, and it was £22 a bag of the purple Seamoss, and they advertised it as organic. But when it came, and because this organic thing, I mean, they say it's organic, but it won't go through customs written on their packet as organic because there's no certification.
It's not.
What
There's
is
no
what
certification to go with it. It has to be certified.
But what really all Seamoss is organic? How do you make inorganic Seamoss?
Control. It's control. Like this
Yes.
this bladder whack that I have. Remember the company
Yes.
that I showed you last week?
Yeah.
They're USDA organic because everything is controlled. The environment is controlled. The waters.
That's right.
I don't know how you control the waters, but the
That's what I'm
actual
saying. Yeah.
traffic in the water is controlled. And this company is 50 years old. It was established in 1971.
Okay, I guess I'd have to see what the parameters are.
Yes.
Because
And I could use this company, I could use and be fully insured. The other Seamoss, I can't.
That's right. Because what I've been doing now, right, because I had to make that switch. There's a company in the UK. I'm there because I only consume organic. And that's my choice. And even down to every spice, everything, soaps, cosmetics, everything is organic. Even organic cotton on my skin. I have to have organic because health, and I had issues with skin. The Seamoss saved it. The Seamoss sorted that out like no problem. That's why I bow down to this Seamoss. Literally bow down to it. It's just like I don't know what Seamoss is really doing in the body, but all I know is doing something and it works. And it's like you. And what I did, I just dropped all my work and I said, you know what? Seamoss is what I'm going to push forward because it needs more recognition than what it's getting. Than what it's already got. And what I've literally found is that when it comes to the organic quality, people will say their Seamoss is organic, but it's not certified. And to get that certification, it has to go through laboratory testing. And the waters are tested as well. So the Condus crispus that I get now is organic with the certification. And that's the one that I had to switch over because on the other Seamosses that I've been buying, the St.Lucian one company is saying it's organic. And I emailed them asking for organic certification. They never got back. And I was consuming it for a long time. They sell it at £14 100 gram.
Well, if this helps you, Coco, this particular company also sells Condus crispus, and it's USDA organic. If that helps you out.
And that is from Ireland, right?
No, it's from Maine Coast Sea Vegetables.
Oh yeah, the main coast sea vegetables. I've had the dose from them, and that took weeks to get to me in the UK.
Yeah,
Because
you're international.
the Condis crispus is that a different species of Condis crispus? Because I know that they're
It's
working
the
on
smaller.
species.
I
It's the
didn't
what?
hear.
Sorry.
It's the smaller one because if you look at all of the Chondrus crispus, for some reason they all look different. Even I guess because they're all different species.
Yeah, subspecies, and they all grow differently depending on the region because it's
Yeah.
affected by the water circulation, the nutrients in the water, and the temperature.
Because I've seen some from
I
Peru
was
and it's pretty. Like they're all pretty, but the structure is completely different.
I don't know if you can
is there
send
any
pictures on here. You can add up, you date your profile pic, and then you can pull the refresh.
okay, but because I'm getting mine from Ireland, and even speaking to that company in Ireland that is dealing with the Irish moss, what they have said, even they've said to me, that says it's only in Ireland you get in Condis crispus, the Irish moss, the Irish type is that one from, because it's on their rocks, and the temperature of the water it's the cold waters. The Caribbeans do not have those temperatures to grow Condis crispus.
True.
And when I've explained even to them, what they have even says to me is that when in Jamaica, when the Irish came to Jamaica, because they brought Irish people over here, even today the Guineas is really prominent in Jamaica still because of the Irish people. When they came with their Irish moss, they came with a few things which influenced Jamaica. And knowing through the famine and what they was even saying, where they are getting their moss from, they even go deep in explaining about the rock that it's on, and because of these different colors, where they were saying when the waters, because some of the moss could just be left on the rock and don't touch no water until they get it, and then some of it is still with the water when they're getting it. The air has got to it and everything. The one I've got is a lot of pretty colors in the Condis crispus. It's not mainly brown. It's a wholly when it's just beautiful. It's honestly just
Is
really
it? Wait a minute. Sorry to interrupt you, but is it
That's okay.
green and yellow and red and stuff like that?
Yeah, it's actually the pinkish, the reds, and the darks, the beige, the browns, the like beigey colors. It's just really eye catching. And even when I've got some here right with me in Jamaica. I brought 750 grams with me, but I can got access to bring more. I put that in my suitcase, in my backpack on the plane with my Vitamix, and I've also got about 4 pounds of the St. Lucian, because that's the main one that I've been working with for the Seamoss gels. But the colors in there is just really different. It's when I gave it to somebody here, they've never seen it before, and because I asked them about the Irish moss, and it was an older lady. So I know that she would know about the sea moss and the seaweed that they use here. And like I showed her, she never seen it. I gave her 10 grams because basically it's 10 grams what does the work. I don't know what people are working with, but I'm under the understanding that 10 grams of the moss, the Irish moss anyway, will feed the body what is needed. And with the iodine, the selenium, you cannot go overboard, or with the iodine, because the selenium levels it out. The body will take up what it needs from the Condis crispus. You cannot overdose, because people say you can only go with half a cup a day. You take as much as the body needs, because everybody's body is the same but different. Yeah. And even when you're dealing with dogs and pets, when you look on the back of dog food, it will say a small dog, medium dog, and large dog. And that is because of the mineral content it needs to supply that small, large, medium dog. So if you've got a large dog and you're underdosing the dog will be deficient. Most dogs are anyway, because they're eating the wrong dog food. There's no minerals. put the sea moss in the dog food.
It's funny that you just said that, Coco, because Julian, did you look at those pictures I sent you and it gave you all the different names and the different sea mosses and where they get them from and what they're used for? A lot of it was livestock.
There's a lot of that's used in the feed, you know.
Yes.
And it's funny. He was talking about the different colors of sea moss, right? And the reason why I was asking you about like what color is because there's this company called the Arcadian Sea Plants Company, and they're making a variety of Chondrus crispus, but they're cultivating it off land.
That's right. That I seen that. I think when I last listened to your show, that's what I think you put that up at the end, near to the end of the show.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's when I went through that because the Chondrus crispus and that lady, she's Australian, right? Yes, the Australian lady that was speaking. Actually, I think actually no.
This.
I think no, because the Arcadian one, they're massive, they're big, right? They're big. And even they go to Ireland. They go to Ireland and do, because Chondrus crispus is Irish. So they're picking up all their information from Ireland, and what they've done, they've cultivated that on land. It's not in the sea. It is on the land because they will say, and that's a different species name. It's not Chondrus crispus.
No, it's one that they developed themselves, and it's got like green,
and they've used the
yellow,
name Chondrus
pink.
crispus and added to it.
So would that be considered genetically modified?
That's what it is. I was thinking the same thing. I thought it was genetically modified, even though they've done their own in whatever ways, and everything is still GMO. It's still a genetically modified organism.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't see any different, because if it's not from Mother Nature, because certain things that man makes is not recognized in nature. It's like soybean, that molecule structure is not recognized in nature. Mother Nature doesn't recognize that. So when we use that, I mean, from what I understand with soy, the body doesn't even recognize that as well. It's a molecule structure that is very hard. That's why, for some reason, they recommend it to be used with women when they have breast cancer. But
because of the estrogen.
Yes, and before they're actually, if they don't have the breast cancer, there's no need to use the soy milk. In Asia, like I've traveled Thailand, Cambodia, Southeast Asia a lot, and what I see is like the men are kind of like really petite because they drink a lot of soy.
That's their diet base.
Yeah, there's no hair on their faces and all that. Just really, really petite and not really, you know. And like if you go to like America, you see the difference. You go to the UK, you see the difference in the men. The men are really like feminized in Southeast Asia because they drink a lot of soy milk and soy products. But the soy products are always fermented in Asia. The UK, Western world do not ferment soy. That's why it causes problem. The fermentation process now is doing what the digestive system should be doing.
Gotcha. And even with the soy, women have to be careful. And my doctor asked me to stop drinking it because I had a breast cancer issue where I have the gene. It's in my family, so it's in my genetic makeup. But with the soy, I was doing it in everything, and I started having issues with tenderness of the breast. And I'm like, well, what's the matter? I know I can't have no more kids. We fixed that. And that's what it was. It was the elevation of the estrogen.
That's right. That's exactly right. And I'm glad, I mean, because I'm quite surprised your doctor even told you to cut it out. Doctors
well, my doctor, she's Indian.
Oh, good.
She's American Indian. She also told me to beat my kids when they was little.
Hey, some kids need a few beatings. You know what I mean?
Yes, but I think if you're giving them that sea moss, right, that will cut all that out, because the kids are lacking in a lot of the nutrients that literally make them behave correctly. I don't know if you ever seen that study where I don't know if you know about longevity. They're in California. Dr. Wallach.
Hold on. let's see. I don't know about that one, but I am familiar with oh gosh, where is he at? He's a German Jewish doctor.
Uh-huh. Is
Where
he
did he
based in
go?
the States?
No, he's dead. He's from the 1900s.
Oh, okay. But this company, Dr. Wallach, Longevity, they're all about 90 for life. And what happened with me, I became so deficient, I couldn't get off my bed. And I thought I was up there, I thought I was fit, I thought about food. I worked as a chef, working with food.
Dr. Otto Warburg. That's his name. OTTO Warburg. WARBURG.
Okay.
He was a German Jewish scientist that was spared by the Nazis, and he won a Nobel Peace Prize in 1931 when he discovered that when removing sugar from your diet, it removes all the ability to have cancer.
Yes. Sugar puts your cells in that environment where the cancer cells thrive. They literally thrive in that environment with the sugar. I mean, coming to Jamaica now, it's like in Hanover, the shops closed early and I couldn't consume no sweet stuff. So what's happened, it's just naturally worked out that way. So my teas in the morning is no sweeteners and I feel so much better. Mm-hmm. With the sugar coming out the system, even with the honey coming out the system. I mean, I've always used honey, even on going through vegan thing, but because of the benefits of Manuka honey and lavender honey and floral honeys, mm-hmm. I found there was a lot of benefits, like with my skin. But
yeah, they use med honey for the loggerhead sea turtles, and they use med honey in the healthcare industry to help heal wounds.
Yes, the Manuka honey, that's the one from the Manuka bees. I have the high, I can't remember the abbreviation, but it's the numbers that is on there. Mine's in the 500s.
Yeah,
it costs over £100 for this tub of honey.
I forget the name. I think it's called ML or something. It basically,
right.
it's the level of peroxide in the
that's right,
in the honey. People don't know. I'm actually a beekeeper. I know.
That's right, Mr. B-Man.
Is that
so I do a lot
that's
of
the craziest thing. You can't talk about honey. I'm like, I'm love Manuka.
Yeah, and so the bees give off a natural peroxide, and that's where all those properties come in from the enzymes in their guts when they spit. They spit the honey out because that's how they make honey. Right. They basically suck up the nectar and spirit it around their gut, and then they put it out into the cells, and then they fan the cells until it dehydrates, and then it becomes.
It's a whole amazing process, isn't it? How they operate. I mean, those bees that do the fanning, they keep that temperature at the correct temperature. I mean, how is that? We have to use AC and all these types of things to control the temperature. Now the bees just fan their wings at the entrance and just keep the temperature at the perfect temperature, that the optimal temperature that is needed.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's not even fanning their wings, but they actually vibrate their bodies to maintain heat. Yeah, they do that too. Wow. They do both. You know what I mean? And they'll put in the clusters and they'll radiate heat. In fact, there's bees from Asia where they talk about the Asian hornet. They can actually swarm the hornet and use their body temperature to raise it up to kill the hornet. That's how, because they can't sting the hornet itself because the body is too hard for their stingers to penetrate. So they actually get them by heating them and cooking them from the inside. Vibration.
That's amazing how they operate. Yes.
Crazy. So we should. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was the same with the Manuka honey and cinnamon as a Manuka honey and cinnamon gel. That's what's really going very well in the UK. That's one I've been hitting, and everyone's really going mad for it. And there's the next one which I created. I don't know if you guys know the sorrel.
Yeah, no sorrel.
The sorrel and the drink that you get the drink from. Yeah, I created the sorrel and ginger.
Oh,
sorrel and ginger Seamoss, because it's at Christmas and sorrel is always here in Jamaica around Christmas.
I have a sorrel drink too.
But you know what, guys? We should start wrapping it up because we were supposed to do a hard close at 1 o'clock. It's now 1:55, and I know. I'm sorry. I stayed a little longer because Coco, I wanted us to talk about some stuff.
Yeah,
But
you
we
talked about
really
some interesting stuff too.
Very interesting. Yes, and your presentation was very tasteful.
Definitely.
So the presentation we can get again, right?
Yes.
Excellent. So was that just a actual visual presentation?
No. The way you presented it to us, it was very tasteful.
Got you. Actually, I'm getting a bit confused. Were you speaking to Julien on his presentation?
Pardon?
No, Coco, you.
Oh, me.
Yes.
Yeah, when you presented what you were talking about with Jamaica and everything else.
Oh, thank you.
I
was thinking that you was thanking Julien for his presentation for his show because I've listened to some of his shows and they're very.
No, a lot of people's deliverance you can't get anything from the deliverance. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. And the way that you presented it was very tolerable and tasteful.
Oh, thank you so much. And this is the first time I've spoken on.
Really? Hard for me to tell. You sound like a professor.
Behind Julien. I've been.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I've been seeing you on the Facebook and stuff, and I'm happy with what you're doing. It's like it needs to be really at the forefront.
Yeah.
And I'll let you into a little secret of mine. Okay. Even though we're out here, I don't know how much it will be a secret, but I mean, because I'm in Jamaica and my father's got a lot of land, which he's not doing anything with it. I'm actually going to hold a Seamoss event. Oh. And because this is one of the reasons why I've just been listening in of what's been going on. And I know that there's a few people that are out there that are pushing it. And it's like pushing it forward, pushing the Seamoss and all that forward. But what I've seen and come to a conclusion is that there needs to be a whole, well, not a system, but a place that everyone can come together physically, not through social medias and all of that type of thing. It's like physically under a roof, because I've done a lot of food shows where I've gone to those shows as a food journalist, and you take their products, take them home, write about them, pick up the company gets in a magazine and so on. And these are these food shows where all these entrepreneurs get together and, put their products out there.
Yeah, like a trade show.
Yes.
Like a Seamoss trade show.
This is what I'm looking at, because I've got the land to do it, and I've got all the ideas of there. What it is now, this is one of the main reasons I'm in Jamaica.
Hey, I'd fly to Jamaica for a Seamoss symposium or something like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you want to hire me as a guest speaker, I'd be glad to come on. I appreciate that.
This is the reason why I'm following you behind.
Yeah, I worked that in there.
This is what
shameless plug.
This is what it is, because I've seen that. What's his name? That guy is something. Is it Jeff? The Seamoss, the plant-based Jeff.
Yeah, he's a very good.
Because I've seen what he's doing as well, because he's like him, yourself are definitely on the stage speaking about, certain parts of this industry. Mm-hmm. That is the people, because this is what I'm doing. I'm looking out to see who the ones that are there already doing their thing. Mm-hmm. Yes, because those are the ones that I would need to be at the event that I'm putting on. And there's going to be all different tiers to the tickets, because the vendors, everybody's selling Seamoss gel, right? Mm-hmm. And because of my own expectations, I want people to literally know that when they're purchasing from that person, they're getting organic. It's like this, the powders they've used, because I am all for, because I know that if you're blending up fruits and all of that, just from being a chef, it's not sustainable. And even when you buy from supermarkets, which I don't, if you buy cereal and it's got fruit in there, They're dried. They're not fresh fruit poured into a box and put on the shelf.
Mhm.
They remove the actual moisture for the reasons of fungus and all of that in the foods.
Yep,
So
that's why they use them in MREs.
yes. So anybody, I mean, it's just my own opinion, and it's when I've seen all these people blending up all of the fruits with the actual thing, because I didn't do that, and I'm using organic fruits as well. The fruits that they're using are contaminated. They've got glyphosate on
That's a
them. I know
different
that for a fact.
perspective of it, and that makes sense.
Yeah, they have been sprayed, right? And
Hmm.
when they're saying they've got organic Seamoss, why are you putting these fruits in there and your fruits are not organic?
Look at you.
Powders, the powders, you can buy them all organic, certified organic, Soil Association. You can see it on the back. Now, if you've got a gel like what I'm doing, I want to get my Seamoss gel certified organic. I'm going through that process. So anything I put into that gel has to be organic, and you have to be able to get that certificate from the person, that the company or person that you've purchased the food item from, to put in your product and then to call it organic. And some of these companies are saying we're organic on the Seamoss, we're organic for this, and the Seamoss is not organic.
Yeah.
As I was saying, they can't get back to me and tell me is the certificate. The only one I've got with that is that Condrus crispus from Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
Lab results, everything is there, and that's the one that I've switched over, and the one that I'm pushing forward in Jamaica through the grounds that I'm looking to do this event. I mean, there's tables for people doing Seamoss gels, different levels, because as I heard before, there's people that only specialize in the gels. They're happy at doing that, and that's what they're good. That's what I heard on your talk before. Because I still realize that, because I'm doing every single part of the whole process, everything, down from gels down to bottling, the labeling, marketing, digital marketing, even in ways where people are not marketing their product because they've not digitalized it. If they digitalize even just the gel, I mean, people got website and all of that, but I heard one girl speaking before. She was a girl that was just out there. She didn't care. She was just doing her thing. When I was listening to her, right? I can't remember her name. It's quite a while ago.
Yeah.
And she was saying that she mentioned, but nobody, because I was just listening, but what she was saying, nobody picked up on what she was saying, because she was talking about ClickFunnels. I don't know if you guys know what ClickFunnels are.
I know what ClickFunnels are.
Yep. And the girl was talking about those, but nobody picked up on using the ClickFunnels to market their product, because everybody's marketing the same way. And because my company is the Moscow, and what I've done, I've thought out of the box, and I don't just want to be selling gels and the soaps. Everybody's doing it, which is all good. Why not bring them together under one roof in a secret location? Sales of the tickets for people on do gels, the tables. If it's a table that where they want to make their gels, they've got the Vitamix, the water connection, electricity, whatever they need on that table.
Yes, set them all up.
And then the higher VIP tickets, because I've got the land, my brother. I've got the land to do it. And it's not like hiring a hall where the money goes into something. All this money will go back into the Seamoss industry. And eventually, what will be on that land is a Condrus crispus shop selling out of Jamaica through the world, because I've got X amount of it that I can get. Even hemp seed here, shelled hemp, is, I paid £15 for 340 grams. I said, this can't work. I said, it's not sustainable for me, and I've got a better pocket than most of the people in that area that he's aiming that at. That's 3,115 Jamaican dollars for 350 grams of hemp. And I purchased I purchased organic hemp back home for it was £14 for a kilo. Whole Foods, I mean, even if you go into Whole Foods, you get in hemp at the kilos, £14 a kilo. Here they're selling £14, £15 for 340 grams. and I'm using hemp every day. That's where my protein is coming from, and my omegas hemp and flax. And then when I'm using that with the Seamoss now, that's what benefits me. I don't need the animal proteins or the bodybuilding blocks of proteins or animals, because it's not necessary. We don't need it. Protein is not needed for the body in that form.
Okay.
In nature's form, that's where it's necessary, because we can't make it ourselves. The animals make their protein for their body, not to share it with us.
Yeah,
because once we start indulging in proteins from the animal, it makes us sick. The more animal protein you induce into the human body, it ups the cancer. The cancers thrive on animal protein, like chicken, the meats, the red meats, and all of that. Have you seen the China study?
No.
Yeah, it's a book. If you get a chance, through the China study, you will learn that 5% of animal protein, which is increased to 10%, 15, by the time it reaches 20, the cancer cells are loving it. They're literally thriving in 20% of animal protein. It's the biggest study done in nutrition ever.
I'll have to check that out, because I mean,
Yeah,
I do
the
eat a
China
lot of
study.
meat. Maybe there's cancer just thriving in my body, but definitely we should try and
What did you say? You are living with cancer at the moment?
No, I don't, but I'm saying I could be,
We
because
gonna rebuke that.
Ah,
We gonna
right,
rebuke
right.
that.
I mean,
yes.
choose organic meat. Choose organic meat. Still eat your meat, but organic. That's all it takes.
Yeah, I'll try.
No sulfites, none of those chemicals and all of that. Even the people that loves to still eat meat, I just say choose the good meats. Even if it's beef, get the best, like black beef and all of those things. Go push it out. Get the best you can.
All right. Yeah.
I know
I
the
will.
best meat possible if you still want to consume the meats, because it's there. The best meats are there. It's just waiting for the people to consume it.
Some of the best tasting chicken I've ever had is in two places, St. Lucia and Costa Rica. Costa Rica by far had the best. Oh my god! I went to this fiesta where they had they had the bullfighting and everything, and they did. They had the best chow mein or fried rice, and then they had this deep fried chicken with this crispy shell. And when you bit into it, it was like so juicy. It was like butter.
The chicken skin, isn't it, like crispy?
Oh my god, it was amazing.
Yes, but they crisp up the skin.
He trying to get out.
Just stop. Because I gotta get up in the morning and I don't want to ruin my day. So let us one, we need to share our contact information. Reach out to me. I'll put you in touch with Ricky and stuff. We talked earlier about forming some kind of mastermind group with different people of like-minded to see how we can fuel this. I would think that you wanting to do this kind of trade show would be good to have you in on these conversations to see how we can work together as a big mastermind to have, to help elevate the industry. And so, do you guys want to say anything before you go? As long as
that last bit of information was definitely eye-opening.
Excellent. Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you. And I'm just happy that I can share it with you guys, because it's kind of like, you can't just hold all that in, because you're just going to explode with all this information and try to, because everybody comes together and got their part to play on this planet.
Well, that's part of the reason why I created these live streams, is to create a forum so that everybody feels comfortable sharing their ideas and their information, so that we can all level. It's each one teach one. I don't want this to be like me standing on a platform, learn this, learn that. You know what I mean? It's better when we all come as a group and we have a conversation and we explore our ideas and our personal opinions, because everybody has a right to speak their mind. Yeah,
that's exactly right. Exactly right. And I'm just grateful that we do have this opportunity to do this, and I'm happy with what you're doing, because I mean, nobody's doing it. Even if it was on a different platform, I know this platform enables people to get involved like that, but we shouldn't just need this platform to get involved like this.
Well, I'll tell you something. It's not by me. You know what I mean? If it was just me doing this show would suck. Big time.
Got you.
You know what I mean? It would get boring real quick.
Even all the people in one, because I mean, I've only been able to contact with like-minded people because of Clubhouse.
Yes.
And it's like, even if it was on Instagram, you still wouldn't be able to interact like this.
No.
Yeah, and so where for me, where I've realized that this is how it is, we've interacted like this, so why can't it be all these same people interacting physically and set like, because my thing was going to be like a secret location.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Have
Yes,
it like,
a secret location, because there's a lot of vendors in Atlanta, right?
Yep.
And that's where I got my batch from. I got my batch from a lady out there, but I remember you guys talking about deliveries, and this was with USPS, is it?
Yeah,
USPS. And I thought she was making a mistake and putting an S in UPS. I thought she made it, because I never heard of this because I'm in London and I'm having that stuff sent over. So when I kept on asking, is it UPS? And she kept on coming back with USPS. I'm using the tracking in USP and it wasn't coming up, and I thought I got ripped off. I thought this lady was.
So that's the United States Postal Service. That's what the USPS.
And you know what it is? It's kind of, from the day I made the order from she put it in, it took 2 weeks from, is it Dracula or Docula or something?
Dracula.
Yeah, from Dracula to reach Miami, it took 14 days or 11 days, something like that.
Just to Miami? Really?
Yeah, so I said to her, this is just circling around in the US for all this time. I said,
Julien, I told you I ordered from Atlanta and it took 30 days to get from Atlanta to Wilmington. I could have drove to Atlanta and got it in 5 hours going, 5 hours back.
When I say right now, this is the worst thing about going on in Atlanta right now, as far as USPS, like UPS is wonderful. USPS, terrible. Like,
and I only ship with UPS.
Yep. That's what I've gone to now, because it just makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
UPS, you can just deal with them effectively, and they're even in Jamaica. They're here in Jamaica. You know, I can ship out from Jamaica,
worldwide,
UK, all around the world with no problem.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
And they're cheap. They're cheap.
I thought it was.
And right now it's kind of hard, because I know my daughter, she works for FedEx, and she said she had 85,000 like packages last night.
85,000.
Oh wow!
Because they work in the warehouse loading their trucks.
Yeah.
Jeez,
that's crazy.
Jeez.
Yes. And I told her that's nothing. Wait, it ain't over yet.
Yeah,
it just started.
Christmas is just starting. You're right.
That's true.
Wait for us late shoppers.
Oh yeah.
Okay, guys. I keep saying we're going, and it's
we got to go because it's ready to be 2:00, and I'm gonna have 2 hours of sleep.
Wednesday.
Exactly.
Yes.
Safe travels too, Tata.
Yes, Tata.
Y'all pray for me. I hope the plane don't come down. I paid extra so my seat wouldn't be close to the exit door, because I started having anxiety. And I got my ashwagandha gummies I'm gonna take on the plane with me.
There you go. I be eating some other gummies when I fly. But listen, guys, thank you so much. There was so much information. I've learned stuff. Everybody, I think, has learned stuff. And I can't wait to do this again on Wednesdays. You know, I don't know how long I can keep this up going every Wednesday and Sunday, but I'm excited every week to, you know, hopefully my schedule will allow me to do this, you know. So thank you guys.
You'll probably be saying this in 2025. I don't know how long we're going to do this.
Yeah.
Seamoss will keep you doing it.
It'll probably be bigger. It'll probably be like a big Zoom classroom with about 25 people in there.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, who knows? You know what I mean? That whatever the Lord will bring, you know.
That's what it needs. It needs to be really out there as just like a regular thing that is happening all the time, where people are accessing that just mainstream media, not where you can only get it through like here and all like on the FBs and all that. It needs to be like TV, radios, all of that type of thing.
Yeah,
in every all across the planet. This is what is needed
to spread the message and the information. I agree with you, and it's going to get to that. This market is still fresh.
That's what it will do, because I'm going to make sure of it, because the event that I'm holding, I want it to be streamed live. For the people that can't actually get to Jamaica and attend the event, they can purchase tickets online. and attend the event online, like virtually, because AI, as we move through into this industry, right, through the Seamoss industry, we have to enhance the AI technology, because if we don't, this will be left behind. That's why I was saying earlier on about digitalizing it and the click funnels and all of those type of things with digital marketing. It goes hand in hand.
Let's put a pin in that, Coco, because I see where this
definitely.
is going.
All right, definitely.
How about this? Come next week, right? Yes. Because you started talking about ClickFunnels, and all my head was like, "Ooh, ClickFunnels." That's a good.
And you're about to do the exact thing. I'm like, okay, let's talk about ClickFunnels. I'm like, hold on, it's 2 o'clock.
Next Wednesday, guys, tune in. We're going to be talking about ClickFunnels with my good friend Coco, and we'll go more on white labeling and drop shipping. All right.
Wonderful. Hey, y'all have a wonderful night as well.
Thank you. Good night, guys.
And we definitely have to hit on insurance. We have to hit on insurance, Julien.
Okay. Yeah. For sure. Bring some info. You know a lot about the insurance.
I need the insurance. I still can't get anybody to insure me because where I'm getting the Seamoss from does not have certifications of insurance.
Okay. You know what? See, the only reason why I don't really talk too much about the insurance is I'm in Canada, and the insurance policies here might not apply. So, but I can check. My brother's in insurance, and so he works.
They said it's too much of a risk.
I'll talk to him and see what the deal is, what information he can maybe give. So let's talk about that. So we'll talk about the Seamoss possible event, the ClickFunnels, and insurance.
Yeah, definitely insurance. That's a good one. That's an excellent one.
Okay. Yeah. So between now and Wednesday, let's see what everybody can find on business insurance for Seamoss products.
Wonderful.
Yes.
State Farm ain't doing it.
I'll start my own insurance company. That's
goodness.
We'll call it the Royal St.Lucian and Seamoss Insurance Company. Seamoss Insurance Company.
Yes.
Hey, good night, Kings.
Okay, good night, guys.
Peace and blessings.
Queen.
Bye, Queen in the back.
Yeah.
Hey, Queen, how do I get hold of you?
How do you get a hold of who?
Queen.
Oh, so that's Tata. And she, what was your,
Tata.
Yeah, what is your, sorry?
Nothing shows up. It just shows me and.
Oh, so the reason why is because you're on Clubhouse, and I'm actually doing a live stream on St.Lucian Seamoss Company page, YouTube, and the Seamoss Buyers Club. Are you a member of the Seamoss Buyers Club?
On the Facebook.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. Member, you speaking
Better
about
get in there, Coco.
Member.
Yeah, do a search on it.
No, I've been there. I've been to there. I mean, as soon as you mentioned it, I was there.
Yeah, so check it out. Tata's always in there. You know. And what was your company name, Tata?
Guided by Nature.
Guided by Nature.
LLC.
I'm gonna go on there and check you out then.
Okay.
So excellent.
Let's go.
Guided by nature. Yeah. Brilliant. I love that. That is so seductive. All right, I'm gonna go over to check you out.
Hey, I can't stay on the line, boy, because this is gonna have to go into a whole nother different segment.
I know. This is why I say goodbye, guys. Goodbye.
Bye. Yeah, have a good one.
Talk to you next Wednesday.
All right.
Excellent.
All right. I'm pushing the button now.